Young man. Good morning. All right, what's shaking this morning? Oh. Get it, Kel.
So I looked at in Texas, and I looked at the camp that they were staying at, and I read like the camp that they're staying at is not sanitary, and it's like officials are like not able to get them proper nutrition, I think, or food at all. So like with the unsanitariness, like with the disease and all that stuff, so that can like get them not wanting to eat food. That's what we do that.
Or have any place to store any food that might come from you, right?
Yeah.
A lot of meals that are ready to eat are actually meals that are ready to heat. So if you don't have electric or a way to heat these things up, that was part of what happened in Louisiana. You're not getting nutrition anyway. What else went on with that? Is that camp still there? No, they're gone. We have no idea what's happened to these folks, right? All we know is that Border Patrol was riding horseback and using their bridles as whips. So, which is something else. What else is going on? Be right, Melissa.
Today starts the mandate for health workers, at least in New York, for them to be vaccinated. So there was like a bunch of them picketing in like the what's it called, one of the roundabouts this weekend, and some of them stayed there almost all night, which is kind of crazy.
Well, it is kind of crazy. I don't want to be vaccinated. I'd rather die. You know, the kind of thing, right?
Thank you.
That's the hot tub. Right, this is so I get your grade here later. No, I mean, it's nuts. So what is the governor's response to this, to any of the potential shortages? You guys see? What are some of the potential responses? Yes, are we starting to pay attention to what's going on in the world or no? Or only want to give you points for it? It's been all over the news because New York is the one state that's actually mandating this and having issues with courts. And governor's plan is to maybe call in the National Guard to find a way to expedite visas.
National Guard can deliver a lot of these services, put up field hospitals if necessary. And expedite visas, so any nurses from other countries, because right now we made it too difficult to accept credible, qualified, educated nurses from other countries. To allow them to come in, provided they're willing to be vaccinated, right? So, now, I brought my own hot topics with me today. I'm going to bring you one from the governor of New York. Hold on. And I will share my screen with these guys. All right, hold on. Let me get back to it. Oh, this makes me nuts. Come on already.
Did you remember to record?
Yes, I did. Thank you. All right. Oh, where's the photo that comes with this? Here we go. This is from this weekend. Let me see if I can blow this up. It's easier on this. This is not touchscreen, so it's harder for you to see. This is the governor of New York in New York City this weekend at a packed concert. What you can't see here that you can see on your phone or your tablet if you just blow it up, right? Nobody in this very packed stadium has a mask on, and you are only required to show proof of one vaccination, not a completed series. Does that marry up with the same governor who wanted to put all of us in masks in school?
No.
No, right? This is horrible messaging. That this is okay and only one vaccine is necessary. How effective is one vaccine of Moderna or Pfizer?
No. Like
No, you maybe are lucky if you get to a 50%.
45%.
Yeah. So, right? Do you suppose even in vaccinated folks that are outdoors that be this cramp is a possibility of having breakthrough infection as well? Right? So this certainly runs counter to the messaging that, my God, we have to have the HERO Act. Right? I saw that and I was livid. And the replies to this post were something, right? And a lot of them were just saying the same thing, like, why the inconsistencies? Pick a message and stick with it, right?
Yeah, like this would have been fine if she didn't like require that. Like if that wasn't.
Well, in places that are heavily vaccinated, right? You
Right.
can't have it both ways.
But I also think that like there's no reason that fully vaccinated wasn't required at the festival. Like why did
No, right. Even if you wanted to do that, why aren't they fully vaccinated? Lexi?
So why are they being so like hypocritical? Are they just trying to please everyone?
I think it's more politics than anything else. It's like you're playing to an audience. Except you're playing to different audiences throughout a state that's really kind of diverse because we've got such a huge metropolitan area in the state of New York and then a lot of rural areas, right? Melissa, what are you going to say?
I was gonna say it seems maybe a little bit more economic because she, I mean, this probably obviously benefits her because the governor's fault.
Well, yeah. But that was part of it too. There were a lot of people saying that the same things. Because normally I don't read the replies because you get a lot of trolls. They're kind of nasty and they go get onto other subjects and stuff. But I thought these were relatively reasonable for the most part. Nor honestly does us being in mask right now have a lot to do with state data. As of 2 days ago, 74.8% of all New Yorkers over the age of 18 have finished a complete vaccination series. Over 83% have had one shot. 63% of everybody has had, including children, have had an entire completed series, which is impressive since 5 to 11-year-olds just now got approved, right? So, it's as if it's just this bizarre contradictory information. Okay. Let me think. There was more to what I was going to say there. Oh, I'm not trying to tie to nutrition. I'm just telling you, pay attention in your messaging. When you're working with other folks, that you're consistent, so you can see an example exactly of what it's like to be inconsistent, and you'll get nowhere with your patients. Another thing that I hold here. Make sure I got everything I wanted to. I have to check my bookmarks. Okay, along that same vein, we got an email Friday, right? Which we faculty and staff get an email, and it was one of those. Dr. DePiero used to do them a lot of the time, but it's here's our 4-week snapshot sort of thing, like where we're at. One of which was and kind of led with, oh, since we reinstituted mask mandates, cases have dropped dramatically. That was on Friday afternoon, we got this email. How many days last week did we have wear masks? 5, right? Who's had the contact tracing course? I know some of you in this room have, so thank you. I don't know why you guys wouldn't raise your hand. How long is the pre-symptomatic stage of COVID? I know one of you works at the health department for an entire semester.
I know.
10 days.
No.
No.
The pre-symptomatic stage. You're thinking of something different. What's that?
7 days.
It's 4 to 5 days.
So they wouldn't have even, there's no way they could tell that it's because of the mask.
Correct, right? So when you guys see information or patients bring you information, this is the point I'm trying to make with this, is think through the information, and if you don't know, look it up. You're all pretty sharp, right? So for that 4 to 5 day pre-symptomatic stage, we would have no idea. Masks had absolutely nothing to do with the case counts dropping. What do you suppose did? What do you suppose is the reason that we saw our case counts drop? Okay, good.
Well, I know once like a lot of people saw them rising.
What's that?
Once people started seeing them rising, they started washing their hands more.
Okay, sure, that's a possibility. And we also were able to right away isolate people, right, to prevent further spread at the university. So if somebody did contract it, fine, we reduced that potential, which is really what you need to do. That's the only way we're ever going to learn how to live with COVID, is to take those sorts of steps. So in essence, it just was nothing, right? As part of that email as well, there was something about, well, every student I've talked to is really excited, masks or not. Right? All right. No, right. This has not been my experience with my own classes. But then again, this is why you never use anecdotal evidence, right? When you're in a position of power, especially as a senior leader at a university level where you can affect somebody's career, what do you think they're going to say? Right? You gotta have a pretty strong spine to be able to say, I don't agree with this, or, blah, blah, blah. You might say it to me, because you know that, first of all, I would hear either way. If you're happy to be in one, good for you. If you're not, that's okay too. You can tell me about this stuff. I'm not gonna get mad about it, right? But I'm not, I am, but I'm not in a position to overall affect you. So it's that. Another thing, when you guys look at any information, a patient, I guarantee you, will bring you things that the first thing you should do that you're not even aware of, you've not seen it at all. First thing you should do, find out where it's from, maybe ask them to shoot you an email, take a second to go look at it yourself, and I'll tell you why. There's another bookmark I've got in here. I saw this and I was like, Lord have mercy. An inaccurate Canadian study suggesting an extremely high rate of heart inflammation after COVID-19 vaccines has been retracted due to a major mathematical error, but not before it spread like wildfire on anti-vaccine websites and social media. So if somebody brings you something, take a minute, vet it, see if anybody else has support, or if you can find another article where they've actually torn it apart. Making a math error. How many of you guys have had any kind of higher level stats at all? Okay. So you know that a simple math error when you're working through a statistical formula is going to screw the whole thing up, right? You hit a wrong button on your calculator and you screwed it up. So those are things to consider. If it runs contrary to everything else that you've seen, it's a problem, right? And it's easy to do that. I mean, if you're going to set up something in statistics, one of the things you might do is you set up a macro in Excel, so it does the math for you. But if you set up your formula the wrong way, everything's going to be garbage, right? And when you're dealing with thousands of observations, it's easy to do that. What I always do with it, and you guys could take this with you, especially those of you going to grad school, is I still leave the formula in there, and then I use a simple number like the number 2 or 3. And see if the math comports, instead of worrying about what any of these other numbers are, I just at least check it once. And then go, okay, that didn't add up right. I must have made a mistake, right? Easy enough to do. Just food for thought for your own future. Let's talk about fats. How many of you had a lot of fat in your diet this weekend? Me too. What y'all eat? I made a big pan of lasagna this weekend that I'm regretting. What fatty stuff do you have? Mac and
Sour
cheese.
cream.
Okay. Brett, what do you have? Pizza, right on. Who else? Donuts, cookies, right?
I had cookies.
Yeah, see? I know it's good. All right. Well, obviously, you need fat for energy, and you need fat for a number of things. You need it for basic physiological operation. You also need that to transport fat-soluble vitamins and nutrients throughout your body, right? Greatly contributes to the flavor and texture of food. Why do we eat fat? It tastes fantastic, right? Yeah, even though it could kill us, it tastes fantastic. Anyone ever had like real home churned butter? I only have because my grandmother could make it. She had when she was a little girl, but she would occasionally make it on a special day. And it's fantastic. It's disgusting for you, but it's fantastic, right? Or homemade ice cream with whole milk, right? It's really good, it's really rich, and it's really fat, right? It's one thing to have some in there to add some flavor to your food. Have you guys ever eaten like a low carb ice cream? It's different.
Well, I don't know, I can't really tell the difference.
You can't tell the difference?
No, and then I also like dairy-free ice cream too, like I literally can't tell the difference.
Interesting.
It's so good, especially the Ben and Jerry's dairy-free ones, you literally, it tastes better.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know about you, and there are times that, you know, obviously, you're gonna throw caution to the wind, you're gonna eat a lot of fat, there are things going on, right? This weekend was like the family weekend, right? So there's gonna be more opportunities for food and to gorge and to eat. During fall break, Ellicottville is having the Fall Fest, and the photos that I saw all look like kind of county fair vendors, which is fantastic because I would like to get something at each one of them and eat them all. I love fair food. It'll make me sick as a pig because it's so fatty and I'm just not used to it. But all right, so lipids, right? This can be used to describe a lot of substances, one of which are triglycerides. You certainly do need some triglycerides in your diet, but not a ton. It's going to be stored in your adipose tissue, and you'll see this as fats and oils in food. Depends on what it is. Oh, speaking of which, since Jake is not here, and we're talking about fat, something he showed me the other day I thought I would share with you guys. I believe when you work with patients and making sure that they have treats, right? So that it's not so horrible when you shift them over to a new diet, give them an opportunity to have a treat in there. Maybe make some suggestions that are not as terrible for them, not as sugar or fat laden. What was that, Mary, what was that thing called? Baskin Robbins.
Like, I don't remember.
Wasn't it like Oreo or something?
I think so.
Like the shape of what you're doing. I make shakers.
Maybe. Let's see. Is this the right one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, that's the one. But we're going to go right to their website. This is the first thing you see that it says it's 2,600 calories, but let's see. Large chocolate Oreo shake, that's it. Large Oreo shake. When I found it the other day, let's see. Okay, this is correct. This has got the right calorie count on it. There are, in one shake, there's 1,440 calories in one. Right? So let's look at the rest of this. when you're talking about fats and working with patients. Yes, it's a great idea to give them some treats and give them an opportunity to feel like they're living a normal life. Total fat at 70 grams, right? Saturated fat, which we're going to discuss this week, at 40 grams, 200% your recommended daily allowance for saturated fat in one shake, right? Cholesterol at 77%. Sodium's pretty high, right? It actually has some dietary fiber, which is extraordinary. But look at this, 142 grams of sugar, right? And 29 grams of protein, which is kind of surprising, but 1,440 calories. Does that probably taste fantastic? Sure, right? All right. All right, some other fats. Phospholipids, which you'll find in plants primarily, and you'll find in some animals. Your body will make some of it as well, and that's one of the few things that's soluble in both fat and water, which is why it's important. It will help you transport things that otherwise would not readily be transported via your fat or water content. Sterols, which includes cholesterol. What helps remove cholesterol from your body? Fiber, correct. What is ivermectin? Horse dewormer. How large is the absorptive area in your body? Good. Now let me see how soon's your midterm? You got a syllabus out? 2 weeks? Good. Yeah, you'll need to know those things.
Monday after fall break.
Awesome.
That's what it is.
If it's on your syllabus that way, that's when we'll run with it. I don't know. I have this open right now. I don't memorize where it's at. Yeah, fall break is 2 weeks from today as well. All right. Oh, you're killing me with this.
It's the second.
Which is right after fall break.
Yeah, the ones after fall break.
Oh, easy enough. That will be our whole class that week. Okay. Fatty acids are the base running fats in your body. And this will tell you whether or not a fat is solid or liquid, right? You'll be able to tell by the shape and structure of them, but nonetheless, this is the determination of whether it's a solid or liquid, right? Because we have both that we should tend to eat in our own diets, right? For different reasons. Fatty acids, of course, they're all different lengths of carbon, hydrogen, oxygen. Short chain, medium chain, long chain tell you a little bit more about what type of fat it is. Shorter fatty acids remain liquid at room temperature. What kind of fatty acids remain liquid at room temperature? No, I just need to give me examples of stuff that you might have in your living quarters, Melissa.
Like oils.
Yeah, basic oils, right? So they're going to remain liquid, and even with refrigeration, if you put olive oil in the refrigerator, it is going to stay liquid, right? Shorter are also more water soluble, which is one of the reasons that they remain liquid. Saturated fatty acids, which we were just looking at in that chocolate Oreo shake, right? When all the bonds between carbon atoms are in single bonds. Unsaturated is when one or more of them are double bonded, right? Okay, great. That's the chemistry of it. But what really does that mean? All right. Monounsaturated, when you just have one carbon double bond. Polyunsaturated, when there's more than one double carbon bond, right? So mostly it's about structure. Saturated fats, however, remain in your body a whole lot longer. They're not metabolized as quickly as the unsaturated fats. So you'll see that when you try to, let's say you want to reduce somebody's total fat intake, but you recognize that their saturated fats are too high. Well, you're looking for something that has just a lower number of This is half of what you're going to do with people. You aren't going to say, oh, you love bacon? Let me swap you completely out from bacon, and why don't you make asparagus instead in the morning? Right? Do you have any patients you think are gonna do that? Well, no, right? But can you find a substitute that might work for them? One of the things you can do is as you start moving people away from, say, bacon, we'll use that as an example, you could move them to pre-cooked bacon. Why would you want to move them to a pre-cooked bacon?
There's less like oils.
What's that?
There's less like oils.
Typically, you're gonna find that they have less fat too. If you actually look at a strip of pre-cooked bacon, you're gonna see it doesn't have all that fatty area on it like you might when you get regular bacon. And any of the excess oils have been cooked off. Like if you ever cook your own bacon, you know, it makes grease, you pull it out, it's still got grease all over it, right? It's already gone through all those stages, so that's one thing, right? You could move them to something like a turkey sausage, right? Because if they're willing to eat bacon, they would probably eat pork sausage. If you eat turkey sausage, it uses the same seasoning as pork sausage. That's what gives that distinctive sausage flavor. So you can move them away from that and get them away from some of these saturated fats without telling them they need to do a complete overhaul of their diet. You know, you don't immediately want to say, well, you should go to egg whites and asparagus for breakfast, even though you're used to eating an omelet and, you know, bacon every day. Because it's just not going to happen. They're not going to follow your advice, right? You got to find a smarter way to go about it. All right, this just gives you an idea of what this looks like chemically, which of course is nothing you are ever going to show, this organic chemistry. You are not going to show to your patients and expect them to follow along. I don't expect you to follow along. But you can see there's a bit of a difference here, right? All right, long chain saturated fatty acids will stack more tightly because of the way they're bonded. That's why they become solids at room temperature. All right. Monounsaturated and polyunsaturated fatty acids don't stack so compactly. That's why they're liquid, right? Short chain will also stay liquid at room temperature and will be more likely to remain short chain even in refrigeration. So this is part of it. The tighter the saturated fats are connected, like when you're actually ingesting them, the harder it is for your body to break all these chains and digest the food. So instead, you're going to store a lot. It won't be used as quickly, right? And if you're inactive, that makes things even worse. All right, cis versus trans fats. Is it easy to find foods with trans fats now? No, right? Because we moved away from that. Here's the thing about your body. Your body can do a lot of wonderful things, but it's designed to work with nature. So as soon as you step out of something you might find in the natural chain, your body no longer knows how to metabolize it. For example, cis versus trans fatty acids. You guys have all had chemistry, right? Cis fatty acids, the chain is bent, it occurs naturally. So you see the cis. This is what your body is used to digesting, right? Is this chain. Trans fatty acids, the chain is straighter, weirdly, and your body is not accustomed to metabolizing this particular shape because this is man-made. It's produced through hydrogenation, which also incorporates adding more air, so you're adding more hydrogens and oxygens into the process when you produce something through hydrogenation. One of the reasons you don't see trans fats in foods anymore, I mean, it was commonplace to find tons of trans fat in foods, just about anything like those side dishes you can get at the grocery store, any kind of a tub butter always had them, right? Because it's cheaper. When you blow air into anything, your product suddenly becomes cheaper. That's what happened with this, but what it did in this process is it produced these trans fatty acids that your body could not metabolize well. So your body stores it as fat, and about the only way to get rid of that excess fat that's simply from these trans fatty acids, your body's like, I don't know what to do with it, I'm gonna hang on to it, right? Is to exercise the daylights out of yourself. I mean, it takes a really long time to get rid of this stuff. That is all gone now, right? You also find more products that don't contain high fructose corn syrup, right? That's another reason that do through. So anytime you'll see, any of you guys ever buy like Country Crock butter? Like the tub butter, right? You'll see on their labels, and this is common across their products, is that they'll tell you they don't have any hydrogenated oils. were used in that product because of this. UK was well ahead of us when it came to removing this from most of their foods. All right, so you do need a combination of fatty acids in your diet. We have talked about that before. There are non-essential fatty acids because you certainly don't need it in your diet since your body will produce it, right? A lot of fatty acids that we ingest are from animals because they produce it very much like we do. So there are some that you absolutely do not need, right? Essentials, these have to come from foods. This is something your body does not produce, but is necessary for you, right? All right. There are two families of essential fatty acids that we do not produce ourselves, omega-3s and omega-6. Where can you find these oils? Right. Yep. Seafood. Certain types have more than the others, but yes, you're going to find that in seafood. You'll also find that like fish oils a lot of times are rich with those as well. That's why you'll see particularly older folks take fish oil tablets, right? Why they don't just make fish is beyond me, but you know, fish stinks, especially if you microwave it. But you need these in your diet and you cannot make them. So that's why it's suggested that like twice a week that you eat a fattier fish so that you can receive omega-3s, omega-6s. You guys like, any of you like salmon? Yeah, perfect source of this. If you can eat it a couple times a week, I keep it in the refrigerator on purpose, or the freezer rather, because of that. And it's one of the few fish I can really stand. I'm not a huge seafood fan. All right. Triglycerides. You'll have a glycerol with 3 fatty acids. That's your base structure, right? Most of the your fatty acids will exist as a triglyceride molecule. Excuse me. Do you want a lot of triglycerides in your diet? No, right? You don't want a tremendous amount of them in your diet. So what's the recommended daily amount of triglycerides? Those of you with laptops open.
Milligrams.
150 milligrams. Okay.
It says less than, sorry.
Less than. Okay. All right. So, how many of you guys have had blood work done? Good. Excellent. Do you go through and read your blood work? I always read mine too. Like, because, and I have no idea. If you got it from your doctor, a lot of doctors do this. They'll put, like, here's your blood work and here's what normal averages are. So you kind of have an idea where you fall. Or else, I mean, I wouldn't know half the time. I'm not going to memorize this stuff either. So you want to avoid high triglycerides for sure. You still need them, and that's the problem, right? You do need them as an energy source, for one. You get 9 kilocalories of energy for that, right? You'll also be able to reserve some energy because it is going to still be stored in your adipose tissue. So you've got your own fatty tissues when you need it, and that's okay. Let's see. I'll give you kind of a for example. So weight class. So in the fall is a time you might bulk up, right?
Yeah.
Right. And then you're going to cut in the spring, summertime. Ideally. Okay. So why bulk in the winter?
Kind of the opposite right now.
Okay, but all right. Ideally, why do most folks that are bodybuilders want to bulk, or at least folks that work out want to bulk in the winter?
Shirtless ones.
That's probably a good reason. What do you guys think? Listen.
Well, fat insulates you, so like you don't be cold, I guess, sometimes.
Yeah, and it's also a nice energy reserve. But more often than not, at a colder time of the year, and this is old stuff. I mean, like bodybuilding is old news, right? But in the wintertime, if you add that fat insulation to you, you're just going to stay warmer. Well, I mean,
Well, you will.
yeah. I mean, you will. What other reason is there, if you can enlighten me?
To get that.
Okay, but to what end? To just lose it later.
Like I said, it was the summer.
Well, you can trim right back down, but if you never added the fat to begin with, why couldn't you trim down anyway? Or at least, muscle up before you head to the beach.
Well, adding the fat helps to put on more size, I guess.
Okay, necessary, right? It's gonna be a necessary energy resource. For heavier lifts.
Yeah.
Right, in the winter, and then you might go to a program that isn't the same heavy lifts, or you may at first when you're cutting, because you've got the excess fat, but you're trying to reduce it at this point, so you change your diet quite a bit. Possibly, it's most likely the reason, but I mean, ideally, I can picture a time, because my God, folks have been working out for centuries, just using different things at home and finding ways to do it, but it still makes her a really great insulator, and then in the spring, if you want to cut that all off, right? It's hotter outside. You don't need to be carrying all that extra fat, but you've got it there. You've got the energy stores that you can burn off for a while, right? To reduce yourself in size. So you can manage things that way, right? So those of us that have a naturally different, frame can get a little colder in the winter, and unless you want to eat some more food. Insulation and protection. What does visceral fat protect? Yeah, right? Organs. Or anyone that's pregnant. You might want that extra insulation there, right? To avoid accidents by any means. Can you have too much visceral fat? I am really having a time pronouncing words this morning. Yeah, right? It can be awfully dangerous. One of the worst places to carry all that excess weight is right through here, right across the viscera. Okay. Oh, am I going backward again? Am I? Yes. No. Yes. Seriously? Oh, okay, here we go. All right. Triglycerides will carry most of your fat soluble compounds. So if you're looking at your nutrients at this point, that you do need them for some of your absorption, right? For sure. And then there's the sensory part of it. What we were discussing earlier in the last couple of weeks, your body's reaction to seeing, to smelling food, right? To even hearing food. Well, some foods in particular, when you're thinking of the smell alone, can start your whole digestive process, right? Have you guys ever gone to any kind of a buffet setting and you see something and right away you can either smell, hear it, you start thinking like your body starts to move because it's going to be good. Especially like some kind of breakfast buffet that's got like lots of breakfast meats full of fat and stuff. But I mean, you can like smell them cooking or smell them while they're in a sterno, while they're in a container. Okay. While I'm there, please make sure if you guys have not met with your groups that you are getting there because you're going to have to need your health issue and your recipe on the forum in the next couple of weeks. I think it's actually before we go on break, because then I'm going to meet with Aramark and we're going to work this out and work up a grocery list, and then I'll have more details for you moving forward about how we're going to do your findings. All right, triglycerides are found in lots of fats and oils, and they're usually classified by type, right? Let's see. Fatty acid percentages. This is really hard to read, but when you look at like solid fats, fatty acids, the worst fatty acid for you is like coconut oil, right? 90% saturated fat. And this is all the solid stuff, all right? Shortening only has 25%. You guys have seen like the white shortening, like Crisco is what they're talking about. That's all solid. Now, when you get over into this extent, when you've got the liquid stuff, the base oils, you kind of work your way down through it. Olive oil has about 15% fatty acid. What's the worst here? These are all not terrible. Soft margarine and cottonseed oil have the highest. But these are things to consider when you move oils, right? Canola oil is fine. It's got a very low percentage, even compared to olive oil. The difference is with olive oil has other health benefits. That's often why you see people swap over to olive oil, even though it's a more expensive product. All right. During commercial processing of foods, right, If you're gonna process fat, you'll reduce weight, prevent spoilage, and increase the ability of calorie-rich oils. So prior to this, most oil that was any kind of an extract was by no means had no preservatives in it whatsoever. So oil became rancid. Right? Why would that matter? It's speculation. It's not your book. Are you gonna eat food cooked in nasty oil? No, right? So you're just wasting this product at this point. Ever been to like a quick service place and you order like something fried and then when you get it, or just in oil at all, including French fries, where you taste it and it tastes like just day-old shoe leather kind of thing? It's just gross, right? Not quite the analogy I was going for, but it just tastes like a day-old mess at least. You had that? No, you guys all have great fried food. My God in heaven. No, nasty, right? Especially fried chicken. If somebody hasn't filtered the oil or replaced it, that is nasty stuff, right? All right. You can also reduce some of the damaging free fatty acids when you produce things commercially, right? Things that can damage your body are simply removed. You can add, and then you add antioxidants, which will delay the rancidity, right? Extends the shelf life. There's still going to be a shelf life there. I mean, when you take olive oil home, how many of you ever worry about what the expiration date is on your olive oil? Right? No, I never even look at it.
Does it actually go bad?
What's that?
Does it actually go bad?
I'm assuming it probably does. I don't usually have olive oil in there long enough. I buy like the jug thing and I use it for everything. So, it doesn't last long enough for me to really have bothered with it. But nonetheless, I'm sure early on, this would be one of those occasions when we actually watch the Poison Squad later in the semester that you'll see one of the things where they would have added borax to foods to try and delay rancidity, but instead they were poisoning people at the same time. Okay, all right, some of the negatives of processing fats. Oh God, my email's still open. That can also remove some of the healthier aspects of fats, including the phospholipids, right? And phytochemicals. And then if you are to process it into solid fats, you run the risk of increasing the proportion of trans fatty acids plus you. How are trans fatty acids produced? What gets blown into your oils that produces a trans fatty acid? Yeah, hydrogenations, but it's basically oxygen. You're just blowing air into it, right? Like if you make frosting or like an instant pudding at home, a lot of what you're doing with that, while you actually whip the whole thing, is you're adding air to it the whole time. It's that same kind of process. It's also what gives off like those tub butters, that sort of fluffiness about them is by adding some of that in there. So, and that's what happens a lot of times when you're commercially producing these products. And that's why it has to be on your label and clearly identified, right? Phospholipids includes a glycerol, 2 fatty acids, and a phosphate group, right? But most importantly, it's compatible with fats and waters, right? Let me look. I was looking at this the other day when I was going through your deal here. Yes, here. This is the main point of this. The reason you want the phospholipids here is to transport fatty substances through your body's watery areas, right? So you don't just have to rely on fat. The phospholipid, which is soluble in both, will be able to envelop any of the other nutrients so that they can be carried in the watery parts of your body, which is most of your body, right? And that's the thing. So if you have foods that are higher in phospholipids, you can move away from some of the other more dangerous fats and still have the benefit of being able to see some of your fat soluble nutrients make their way through your body. All right. Oh, this is good. There are also emulsifiers, right? You might find this in salad dressing in particular, right? That's the one place you're likely to find more phospholipids, and no, they're not going to be on like your nutrition facts, right? They're not going to itemize it to that level because it can keep fats suspended in waters and keep oil and water mixed. Because when you get most dressing, you have to do what with them before you use them? Shake them, right? But are they completely divided when you purchase it? No. They just need that additional shake, right, to completely mix them all up, but they're not actually fully divided. If it wasn't for the phospholipids that act as an emulsifier, you would see two actual levels, right? Most of your fats would be completely on the bottom and all your liquid portion would be on the top. But when you add the emulsifiers to food, you can keep these suspended, right? That's the best example of where you're going to find phospholipids come into play. Where you're also going to receive them is from a salad dressing, right? That's a pretty much a dead giveaway if you see fats and oils that they can combine. This is able to communicate with watery environments of blood and cell fluids, right? And this is the most important thing, is that they allow these lipids to enter and exit cells, in especially cells that are in these more aqueous areas, right? That's the whole point of it. It's like a cab. Oh my God, we really need to fall break, I can tell this morning. Okay, most cell membranes do have a double layer of phospholipids, which is why it makes it easier for phospholipids to actually envelop any of those acids and bring them to the cells, right? Basic anatomy, okay? Can allow both fatty and water soluble substances into a cell. Most of the time, you do need them. Now, so they're also surprisingly a pretty short-term place to store fatty acids if necessary. Most of the time, unless you are really eating a fatty acid-laden meal, right? You're eating a lot of fats, you get a lot of saturated fat. Your body really doesn't need to do this. It'll be able to store things in the proper places and use the fat. But this is one of those occasions when it's important that you have a number of places to store some of these acids. Nerve cells. Oops. Hold on. What kind of role do you suppose phospholipids would play in nerve cells? So if cell membranes have a double layer of phospholipids of this fattier acid,
maintains like the grading of gravity to cause like a
and it also provides a sort of a protective barrier around nerve cells in particular. I can't quite hear you through the mask, but I'll just nod.
Oh, I said it controls the like chemical gradient for nerve impulses.
Maybe. All right, I think this is good for today. We'll get into this in a minute. All right, you guys are free to go. Have a good Monday. Try to, if an infant up to 2 years of age, if they don't have enough fat in their diet, let's say, of course, if you're getting high, you probably might drink whole milk, eat donuts, stuff like that. that if you aren't getting enough fat in your diet, and you're carrying an infant, their brains may not develop fully. So that absolutely can be a problem. I don't know otherwise physiologically how that affects it. I have no idea. Did you look it up?
No, I haven't actually.
Look it up and see if there's anything that says, will smoking pot hurt my baby? Well, it's probably what you'll find.
It says that marijuana use during pregnancy can be harmful to your baby's health. The chemicals in marijuana, in particular THC, pass through your system to your baby.
Okay.
Baby's development.
Interesting.
That's the CDC.
So that basically works the same way it would if you were taking antibiotics, largely. You've got to be very careful about antibiotic use, especially if you're nursing. What else is happening in the world? Anybody start paying attention?
I saw a video.
Well, go ahead, Haley. Wait, were you finished?
I was just gonna say, I saw another thing, which I didn't do because I feel like most people know this, but that more and more people are quitting their jobs and stuff, especially healthcare workers, instead of getting vaccinated.
Okay, we're gonna talk about that in a second. Go ahead, Taylor.
I saw a video of the New York governor saying that healthcare workers, maybe it wasn't, healthcare workers were getting private work.
Oh, it probably was the New York governor,
Let me look it up.
which is related to what Haley was just saying.
Can I make a suggestion real quick?
Yes.
If you guys talk on that side of the room, can you talk like a lot louder? 'Cause we
Oh,
cannot
because of this thing,
hear you.
it's hard to hear from both
Yeah,
sides.
sorry, I don't wanna
Yeah.
be rude, but like. we
No,
can't
no,
hear
no, no.
you.
I mean, it makes sense. Well, actually, the numbers aren't as staggering as predicted because lots of folks, when they really realized that they could be fired, decided to get vaccinated after all. Delta, no, not, is it? No, it's United.
Yeah, it was.
Was it? Oh, yeah, the governor of New York. United is firing the remaining 453 employees who decided not to get vaccinated. That 99% of their employees got vaccinated. 453 were holdouts, and so they said, fine, you're fired. Another hospital system I saw just the other day said, okay, you don't want to comply, you're fired. There are solutions to it because what you can't do, I mean, you'll hear different opinions depending who you talk to. You've got some people who are like, oh, we can't afford to go without health workers. We can't afford to have them in there with the possibility of contracting it to other patients who are there for a reason other than COVID, right? That is the real complicating factor. And, it's perfectly fine. If people want to either quit their jobs or be terminated, they can do just that. Because when you go to another job interview, you're going to have something credible as to the reason you left your prior job. And, unless you're moving to a state that has a low vaccination rate where it's acceptable, saying, well, I refuse to get vaccinated for the coronavirus is not going to be really a great excuse, right? Particularly, here's the real rub. If you got vaccinated for everything else, how can you suddenly claim? Do you guys know what's in the MMR vaccine? No, me either, right? Are all of you vaccinated? Yes, right? So am I. So that argument falls flat when you go like, I don't know what's in it, and, blah, blah, blah. And we've had enough research with that. So, this is a choice, whether it's, I don't know, virtue signaling or it's something you read that's disinformation, like, swallowing iodine, then, that's on you. Because right now, case counts are down. 14-day change, case counts are down 26%. Hospitalizations are still up 7%, but hospitalizations lag by about 2 weeks, right? And kind of like we talked about Monday, you guys are gonna have to forgive me. When I get stepping on my words on Monday, what I did not realize was going on is I have terrible allergies usually twice a year, but we've been in masks so long that I didn't really experience it almost the whole pandemic. And now my fall ones are killing me. Like the other day, I couldn't even think straight. I got to my biostats class and So we had all this stuff on here, and I go through their material like 3 or 4 times. I want to make sure I can explain it simply enough. And I just looked at the board at one point. We had like 5 minutes left in class, and I said, "We'll pick it up on Wednesday, right?" So I'm kind of using the crystal meth decongestants, the kind you have to show your driver's license for, because they help. But it's still this internal battle. So if I kind of lose myself in thought, you'll know why. All nasally and just kind of a mess of a congestion. Because I just completely lost my thinking about what we were talking about on Monday. As much as I'm trying to keep it together, it took me forever to make breakfast this morning because I have certain steps and I kept forgetting to pull something out and do something else at the same time. And anywho, what else is going on? Oh, I know what I was going to say. Speaking of, what we were talking about the other day when I was telling you guys not to ever correlation equal causation, like when the university is saying, hey, now that we put masks back in, case counts are dropped, right? Because there's a 4 to 5 days pre-symptomatic stage. That was during early COVID, which means you didn't even have the benefit of the vaccines. For all of us that are vaccinated, that pre-symptomatic stage is likely longer because it takes a whole lot more virus for us to actually have a breakthrough case. So, this may well have just been, if anybody's are any of you guys from a home state that has, I know you are, that has a low vaccination rate? Where are you from?
Ohio. It's like under 50.
No, but yours shouldn't be. Your governor really made an effort to get everybody vaccinated. I know Texas is, or who else is from? Who else is from out of state? Well, you're from out of country. What's the vaccination rate where you're from? You could look at that. Yeah, Jersey's is pretty high. Yeah, so we have a lot of students who come from around the country in different states. So if you're from a state that has a lower vaccination rate, you likely have at least had the opportunity to be exposed to a whole lot more COVID, which is what it would take for you guys to have a breakthrough case. So we may well have seen that some of those early cases were just folks that brought it with them, took a little longer to manifest itself because the vaccines were still trying to do their job. And we may never have even caught them, especially if they were asymptomatic, if it hadn't been for early testing. But with asymptomatic cases, generally you have less concern. If you're remaining asymptomatic, you don't have an aggressive enough virus to really transmit easily, right? So it's all in how you read the data. There was, I don't know if I told you guys this, I know I did in biostats, but there was a study conducted by Oxford, and it was, I think, in Taiwan. And what they were trying to say is that it takes 281 times the amount of virus to create a breakthrough case, right, in a person that's vaccinated. But the data got misinterpreted by people that just read it and assumed that meant because you might have 281 times the virus, which you didn't actually have 281 times. It's that it would take a ton of virus to actually have a breakthrough case. That right away, anti-vaxxers said, oh, well, your chances are much higher of getting COVID and passing it around if you're vaccinated, which was not the case. So the authors actually had to come out and refute some of this disinformation. So it's important to know that. All right, back to the fact chat we were having the other day. One of the things, because I kept losing my train of thought that I was thinking the other day, is when we were talking about fat in the diet, like that you need it for, what do we need fat for? What's something that travels through your body that requires fat to be able to be metabolized? Andrew. Correct. Absolutely right. Right? Anything that's fat soluble, you really need that to transmit through your body. Phospholipids can help you because they can travel in both water and fat. One other time that you really need fat is in any infant up to two years of age, right? Even nursing infants, the mother needs a little higher fat in her diet so that the breast milk has more fat to it because that fat is necessary for brain development. Used to be through childhood, you would give kids whole milk for the fat, but that's changed a few years ago to where it's only up to 2 years of age because they find that that's the most formative time when it comes to your brain. And if you condition somebody to drink higher fat milks, they may end up drinking it through childhood, and they could in turn become obese over time, right? So it's particularly if they're from a family that has either an obesity problem or a diabetes problem, they need to just stay away from having that whole fat. All right. Hold on. So I'm going to hop back here just a hot second before I bring these guys back into the conversation. All right, there we go. So we also talked about triglycerides, right, in your diet. So I found, because I tend not to throw stuff away, so like if I want to make a grocery list or something, I take paper that's already been printed. And this is from my last set of blood work, right? That the normal range for triglycerides is 35 to 150 milligrams per deciliter. And I was at 84, but I thought it was interesting when I was reading through it because my LDL was a little high and I have, so we're gonna get to use some of my blood work and we're gonna use this as a make-believe patient because I have blood work for years, including when I was really sick. So we're gonna be able to use something that's make-believe, right? Well, not exactly make-believe because I was the patient. Just so happened I had a lot going on. So my blood work was all over the place. Okay. So, all right, in the stomach, when you move the lipids around, the fat is going to be broken down in your stomach. Why does most everything have to be broken down in your body? Why can't it just digest more complicated structures? What's that? We do. We actually need it in a simpler form because oftentimes, once you have like fats broken down or any of the sugars, like a disaccharide or a polysaccharide, you need the most basic elements of it because often those elements are going to be used in other areas besides just digestion. So you're going to break down what you need and you're going to try and eliminate the rest of what you don't, right? The intestine will continue to emulsify fat. What is emulsifying? Remember we talked about salad dressings? Sam? Well, it's to combine, right? So you want, because fats do not naturally dissolve in water, but you can emulsify them together, right? Phospholipids will help you emulsify the fat and in a more aqueous area. Okay. And then the phospholipids will also allow any of these lipids to make their way through your bloodstream by encapsulating them, right? So they're easily transported through that more aqueous substance. All right, have any of you guys read the label on, do you read labels? Yeah? Lecithin is in a ton of food products, right? It's an emulsifier that can certainly, it can combine a number of things, but typically emulsifiers are used for oil and water. So you will see lecithin in a salad dressing, for example, but there are other things that naturally don't marry very well. So that's when you're going to start seeing these products. And you'll see it, it may have a little different name, but it's going to have the base of lecithin in it, right? When you're reading food labels, like we were talking about dextrose the other day, we were talking about carbs the other day, it was last week. But when we were talking about carbs, and I was reading, because I told you that I have to use a fiber supplement, which is the terrible thing that happens when you get older. And I couldn't stand to drink anymore because I was trying to drink. It was just like sludge because it had mucilages in it. And so instead, I got this chewable stuff at Walmart, and I was reading the ingredients, and it had dextrose in it. So, which is from plant life, but it's an indigestible form for us. But it adds to the fiber content, right? All right, so it will allow you to emulsify these things. Okay. You're going to find them in plant life and animals, but in smaller amounts than triglycerides. Most of the time, you're actually going to find a lot of phospholipids in plant products. It's another reason why you need vegetables besides vitamins and nutrients. There are some other essentials there. It's like the entire planet, we're all meant to sort of live together in our own ecology, and there are reasons behind it, right? Plant life needs us as well. Why do plants need us at all? What's that?
Carbon dioxide.
Right, exactly. Right. Okay, you can find phospholipids for sure in egg yolk, liver, soybeans, and peanuts. Not a dietary essential when it comes to nutrients and vitamins, but it is essential if you want to be able to transport some of these fats in a more aqueous surface. Have any of you guys ever had liver and onions? Do you have grandparents that have it, that eat them, that you're aware of? Okay, what you are gonna find, and you'll see this, and the reason I'm mentioning this is you won't just see it in fats, you are gonna see this in a lot of places, that one food that has an incredible amount of vitamins, minerals, healthier fat, which is extraordinary, is liver, of all things. That's why it was such a popular product at one point, to actually eat liver and onions, almost as like something you would eat once a week, because it was a time pre-supplement, right? We knew a little less about nutrition. It was before we could supplement comfortably, like go to the grocery store and just buy bottles of whatever you needed. And so a lot of older folks, and I'm talking like my mom's generation and beforehand, so would eat liver so that they could receive those vitamins and nutrients, which it is really, and until you've actually eaten it, it's not real tasty stuff, right? So that's why most of the time, and if you go to, you know, like some of those restaurants where they seem to offer on their menu a little of everything, and like lots of old people like to go there, you'll typically find liver and onions on there, right? Because it's still just kind of an old staple they got used to. But the only way that it's palatable is if you make a heavy gravy with it. But it did supply what you needed. So a lot of foods that have lingered for a while, that's why they're there, right? Sterols have a multi-ring surface. Most of them don't contain a fatty acid, but, and you know that the most dangerous of the sterols is obviously cholesterol, right? With the sterol in it. Matter of fact, let me see. And cholesterol has a number of elements in it. I'm looking at my own blood work here. All right. Cholesterol is necessary to a degree for the structural membranes, cell membranes, right? You're also going to need it to help metabolize vitamin D, steroid hormones, and bile salts, right? What are some vitamin D sources while we're here? Okay. Where else can you get a good help in vitamin D? The sun, right? So that's why often you're going to find that people that live in areas that don't have a whole lot of sunlight or aren't able to be outside can become vitamin D deficient pretty easily, right? It is a necessity, but you're also going to need some cholesterol to be able to fully benefit from the effects of vitamin D. That's actually how milk became fortified with vitamin D. It's simply because not enough people got adequate sunlight, and your body's not going to produce it itself. All right, again, cholesterol is primarily made in the liver or eaten in the liver if you go to a restaurant with old folks. You can only find it in animals, of course. What is the daily allowance for cholesterol in your diet, milligrams? Whoever has a laptop over. I don't know these off the top of my head, so. More than what, 300? Okay, so that's good. But I mean, then the typical American consumes between 250 and 700. But you haven't got much of a cutoff, right? If you should only have 300, it means we're just eating too much of it, right? And too much of anything in your body does what? Where's it go? Fat, right? Too much of anything you don't need. Okay, foods that contain cholesterol, which are going to be a ton of stuff that most of us actually eat, depending on what you get. But cheeses, I'm sure you guys all eat some kind of shredded cheese, right? We all have taco salads, whatever. Butter, this is basic butter. This isn't necessarily one of those tub butters. But you can even find a decent amount of cholesterol in any lean meat, porks, chicken breast, salmon, of course. But then again, you need salmon for which vitamins? Omega-3 and omega-6s that we talked about the other day, right? All right. Perfect. Let me pull this up so I can have this as a background for us. Where the hell is this at? Hold on here. Oh, good Lord. Oh, you're killing me. All right. I'll get back to that later. Thank you. Make sure these guys are. Oh, okay. Forgot to share the screen for those guys. All right. So anything that you digest is going to start in your mouth, of course. You are going to need lingual lipase in your mouth to start the process, right? The easiest way, and I will already tell you because I double checked myself. The other day I was so lightheaded, and my biostat students have a midterm next week, and I went, I don't know if I put it together yet. And which is not like me. I have stuff ready to go at the beginning of the semester, but I just couldn't think like, did I do it? Did I not do it? And I went up and checked theirs and yours. So I will tell you, one of your questions on your midterm is about all the enzymes. Not the top three, all of them. And it is in narrative format, so you will need to know that, right? And you will definitely want to make sure that you have the correct answer for the surface space of your, the absorptive space, right, in your body. That one's worth 10 points, so that's 10% of your grade. It's kind of a giveaway. All right, your stomach will begin to break the triglycerides to the diglycerides to then loosen up the free fatty acids because you need this simpler molecule for a lot of processes in your body. That's why when you go from a tri to a di and so on, your body is going to continually use these enzymes to break it down into a more usable format, right? The interesting thing is, whenever we eat food, right, we are complex beings. Well, so are animals. Plants are complex, actually, right? So we are actually going to ingest things that have to be broken down further so they can add to the complexity of our body, right? And the same thing is going to occur in animals or in plants. There's a number of ways to go about digestion. As a matter of fact, do you guys know how many stomachs a cow has? 4. Has 4 of them. I only know that because there was a big dairy farm by where I lived, and they do a full tour because it's a fully enclosed system. They use manure for methane and all this stuff. So they were explaining to us how the cud makes its way through these 4 either stomachs or chambers or something, but it's all connected. And I was like, holy smokes. So it's this huge digestive process for a cow. Much more complicated than what we have. In your small intestine, all right, you're going to further see pancreatic lipase. So you're still going to have this lipase is the same enzyme. You're just going to find that it's used both in your mouth and in your pancreas, right? Your cells will absorb some of the glycerol and fatty acid into your bloodstream to try and transport them along. And some of them will be removed at that point from your body as waste product, particularly if you don't need it. Are you looking to correct me, Olivia Moon?
No, but you're right. No. Well, Haley goes search too. She was from I thought I was. That's why I was looking.
Oh, okay.
No, it's not that I didn't believe you. I was just.
Well, hey, it could have been. My memory.
Yes, that's why I was. That's why I was really looking. No, I wasn't trying to.
But it's 4, is it not?
No, it's 4. Yeah.
Yeah. which is, it's just fascinating to me. I can't even imagine. Well, how long is their digestive process? Does it say there?
I can look it up.
That much I don't remember. Because it's a long time, you know, after a meal. Because the way you guys process like your bolus, you know, when it's being processed into chyme, doesn't take nearly as long as a cow, right? Okay.
It says 1 to 3 days.
And I would say it's on the longer side, especially depending on how large the animal is and how much they have to consume.
It says it depends on what the cow eats.
Wow. Can you imagine digesting your food for like 3 days? Especially if you ever get that growling thing when you're digesting food, you know, like you incorporated too much air while you're eating. All right, so to absorb lipids, you're gonna need micelles, right? They're water soluble and have a fatty core. This is the important thing is, your body does have an ability to transport some of these fats in a more aqueous environment, right? You need it. All right. And then you're going to see a lot of it get converted to bile, right? Where it becomes more acidic and is necessary. Well, why is bile necessary?
It has the enzymes to break down the molecules.
Okay, and it's a complementary stomach acid, as your body needs it to further break down foods, which is what you're saying. That small amounts of bile necessary to break down food are going to end up in your stomach, right? And add to your gastric juices as well, right? So the recycling pathway is the enterohepatic circulation. All right, so you're gonna have both a lipoprotein. We're gonna skip through this one. You get the whole process of emulsification here. Here you're gonna get wrapped around this little fat dude and be able to make your way into these more aqueous areas to be broken down. Fascinating, right? Okay, so your body actually only absorbs 50% of the cholesterol that you ingest. Obviously, where does the rest of it go? Can be converted for sure into bile. It can also obviously be eliminated, right outside your body. So fat will increase the absorption. This is when it's most necessary for like babies to have that extra fat, right? And even a certain amount of fat in older folks when you start noticing, and I don't know if any of you have this experience in your own lives with grandparents or older folks that are familiar to you, where they seem to get like skinnier and thinner and have less of a fat layer over time. So because they should kind of change up their dietary habits, right? And may overdo it when it comes to following guidelines like, oh, I need to reduce fat, I better just cut all of them out. You know, they don't have those necessary protective layers. Same thing comes when it comes to calcium in older folks. They don't ever seem to get enough, right? Plant sterols and dietary fiber decrease absorption. Why does dietary fiber decrease your absorption of cholesterol? We've only covered this one a couple of times. What does dietary fiber do to cholesterol? Right. So the more fiber you have, right? So just do the math. The more fiber you have that is necessary for you, because generally it is, the less cholesterol that you're going to have in your system. Your body does need a certain amount of cholesterol. So in those cases, you may have to substitute some fat. But then you have to be very careful, because if you have too much fat in your diet, you're going to increase your what we loosely call as cholesterol levels are a variety of things. But it's going to increase your cholesterol levels due to the high and low density lipoproteins, right? Because that's what you guys, where you've seen it, even though you don't really understand lipoproteins quite as much, that is exactly what you're going to see on your blood work, right? High density lipoproteins and low density lipoproteins. All right. In order to be able to travel through your bloodstream, the lipids do need a lipoprotein carrier, right? It's another thing that's gonna encase it and basically allow a sort of emulsification. Here's where your blood sugar or your cholesterol levels come into play. Lipoproteins differ by size, density, and the composition, right? So you can see here, this is an approximation, like you've got low density lipoproteins, high density lipoproteins, very low density lipoproteins, right? These are the things that all go into your base cholesterol bloodstream, okay? Where are we at? LDL is about double the size of HDL, right? Good Lord, the larger they are, let's see what we have here. Hold on, okay. Chylomicrons are in your intestinal tract, right? Part of your lymphatic system or enter the lymphatic system and are mostly fat, right? You can use the remnants for very low density lipoproteins. So let me ask you this. What do you think probably travels faster in your body? Low density hypoproteins or high density lipoprotein? Just consider the denser it is, probably the slower, but yeah. All right. Very low density lipoproteins will deliver your triglycerides to your cells, right? You don't see this on your blood work, like when you do your yearly blood work. You're not going to see the VLDLs. All right, because it shows you exactly what they're transporting along the way. Very low protein, decent-ish cholesterol, needs a phospholipid layer to make its way around your bloodstream, and then triglycerides, right? You still need a certain amount of triglycerides. Intermediate density, right? You can convert this to a low density lipoprotein, but again, in this case, it's carrying more cholesterol and triglycerides. Low density lipoproteins. Look at the amount of cholesterol that a low density lipoprotein is carrying along with it. Let's go to high. High density, on the other hand, will pick up cholesterol for removal and recycling, but at the same time is primarily protein. Does your body need more protein or more lipids in it? Protein, right. So this is the difference when you go to get your blood work done. Hold on here. Right, what you're gonna see is your low density lipoproteins. It not only delivers cholesterol to the cells, it's mostly cholesterol. So this is the one we worry about the most when you get your cholesterol readings, right? You wanna have a lower level of LDL and a higher level of HDL. Think of it, if you will, as a much healthier lipoprotein. So I'm looking at, this is from last November, right? So my HDL was 64, and that's out of a range, a normalish average range of 40 to 100, right? Kind of smack dab in the middle, could be better. My LDL, on the other hand, was 105, and the normal range is 0 to 100. So of course it's got a little box around it, like hello, and there's something underneath of it from the Framingham study, which was a heart study. It's still ongoing. It's been going on since I think 1950. But it will tell you basically what your risk levels are, and I'm about half of the average person. So my cholesterol went from, in the course of about 8 months, went from 123 to 185 last year, right? But I also knew that because I had to get more protein in my diet, I had to stay away from carbs, especially after I got out of the hospital. I had to add a lot of protein in my diet because of how much weight I had lost. So I was eating like 3 whole eggs and 3 slices of regular bacon and 2 slices of whole wheat toast every single morning, right? And so the fat obviously comes from the eggs, but the bacon was the killer. So I've had to cut that back out. As much as I would love to eat it, I didn't want to see my cholesterol increase any further because it took a while to get it lowered. All right, so The high densities not only have a lot of protein, but it's gonna help pick up all that excess cholesterol. So even if you do have a little higher level of LDL, right? So if you're dealing with a patient that has a little higher level of LDL, and you try to go through their diet and help them make modifications, at some point, there are things they're not gonna cut out of their diets. If you've got somebody who likes bacon, and they may even tell you, oh yeah, I cut this out. And then you run their blood work, 3 months later and go, I don't understand what's going on then. Why are y'all so high? Probably because they didn't cut the bacon out. They told you which one they want, what they believe you want to hear, right? Patients will do that because you're going to have that imbalance in a relationship. You're the expert, they're the patient, right? And so they're just going to kind of nod along. Sort of that thing when I think I was mentioning to you about the email that we got about the 4-week update and how, the writer of the email said, oh, all the students I talked to are just fine wearing masks and all accepted. And I'm like, well, yeah, there's a huge imbalance in the relationship there. Why are they going to say something contrary to that, when you're in senior leadership? I asked my students this was on Monday, the students I have in the afternoon. I said, would you guys feel comfortable telling me one way or the other if you want to wear a mask? And they were like, well, first they looked around like, I said, it's not a trick question, They were like, well, yeah. And I said, good, but would you feel comfortable doing this with somebody in senior leadership? They're like, oh no, I wouldn't say anything. I just kind of nod along, right? And that's a natural thing to do. I probably would nod along because, I can sell my house tomorrow, it's fine. So you may find that they still have a relatively high LDL. What you need to do at that point when you realize that this is probably something you can't change is look for foods that will produce more high density lipoproteins, right? So at the very least, that it's going to pick up some of this excess cholesterol. So when you talk about cholesterol levels, who are the pre-PAs again? Okay. This is the kind of stuff you're going to have to talk to them about. You're going to do some basic stuff like blood work. And no matter if your blood work is for another reason, you are still going to have to look at the rest of it and try to provide some guidance for them. And it may be that you suggest foods that will increase their HDL levels, right? Because it's easier to do that than try and convince somebody to cut something out of their diet they really want, right? That is, what's the word I'm looking for? I suppose I'll just use challenge because I can't think of a word this morning. That's a real challenge whenever you talk to patients about nutrition. And you are going to have it. If you are in PT or OT, for example, you have patients that have been injured and the excess weight that they're carrying is going to continue to delay their healing process and likely make them a candidate for a secondary infection. Those are the times you need to kind of just chit chat with them. Like, what do you have for breakfast? Because I'll tell you, most people eat the same thing for breakfast pretty much every day, unless they go through a drive-thru. And even then, they're going to eat the same thing, right? Gives you an idea of how they eat, how they think, what's important to them. You don't even have to say, gee, what was your last cholesterol level? We need to lose weight. Just start talking to them about their breakfast. Tell them it's going to help with their recovery. You're not lying if you ask them to make a modification in their diet, right? But you're not coming right out and saying, you weigh too much, and this is going to slow you down. You just say, this will just aid with your recovery, if you maybe substitute out some of these better fats. They're going to trust you. You're not telling them anything that's incorrect, by the way. But they're going to trust you because you are the person who is educated and experienced in that field. You have a certain legitimate authority in these cases to talk about this stuff, right? It's the only reason you even really kind of learn this. Like if you're PTOT, you're not suddenly a nutritionist, right? Or you work in public health, you go out and educate the community. You're not going to talk to them about this sort of stuff. The suggestions you're going to make a lot of assumptions. You're going to rely on the data to tell you what the local area is like. And then you gauge your presentations accordingly and make it simple, right? Teach somebody how to cook something new that they don't even realize is much better for them than what they already have. One of the reasons we're doing the special diet thing. Which, by the way, have you guys actually started talking to each other, or am I going to have to wait till Friday and then call each group out one by one? I'm serious about that. Get coordinated. I know it's a little ways away, but once we get past midterms, things start to move. You guys know that toward the end of the semester. You have other stuff going on too. So do I. All right. All right, some diet and lifestyle recommendations when it comes to fat intake. Use up at least as many calories as you take in. How do you know how many calories you take in? You can track them, right? You can do the multiplication. We did in class already. What do you do with your patient? You gonna have them track like you guys did? Nope, because they're not gonna do it. What can you maybe get them to do?
Like log it into an app.
Absolutely. Apps are wonderful things to use right now. I thought for a long time, I don't know, I still have never understood why some of the more popular apps, like from Apple Watch or from Fitbit or whatever, that there needs to be a way that you could sync that data into your own patient portal, so your doctor would have that available to them, right? Makes no sense why we don't have that connection yet. But so they give you an idea of what they're eating. You can even just talk to them about what you have for dinner, you know, sort of stuff. And I'm serious about this because this is how people that if you're a little more conversational, you'll be met with less of a confrontational approach from them, right? Especially if they're kind of like, why are you asking? You can do this by just saying, hey, what'd you have for dinner last night? You know, that's conversation. And then you can make suggestions. You are still a legitimate authority in this case. But in these cases, if you have a clue in your head, right, you won't know exactly how many calories they're eating depending on what they ate the night before. You can certainly make those suggestions, but say, you know, well, we need to increase X, Y, and Z exercise, you know, in your regular regimen in this case, right? That's okay to do. All right, you need a variety of nutritious foods. So I would tell you one of the best ways to go about it is to make sure you have a decent list of affordable nutritious foods that provide a little bit of a variety. You are going to find you will have a lot of patients. I don't want to say that live at the margins necessarily, but don't have a lot of extra disposable income, right? They're not going to go buying organic foods, for sure. And so you want to find ways that make sense to them. You know, so if you have a common list of this stuff, you can do a pretty decent job. There was a student who finished a master's degree here in New York State through Columbia. She finished a master's in food science. And what she did for her final project is she took the allotment for food stamps for a month, right? Which would basically equal $4 a day. And she developed a cookbook off this $4 a day that would provide you with 3 really nutritious meals that meet all your recommendations, and wrote, here are basic pantry staples that you can get, along with how to buy things when they're on sale, what to buy if you can't afford fresh, blah, 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 growing your own stuff, right? And it's called Good and Cheap. It's available free online right now. Her other books after that have all been, she's added a charge to it, but her initial one is still online, available as a PDF. She provided a bunch of books for free to like homeless shelters, food pantries, things like that. She's trying to help people out. Eat less of nutrient poor foods. What's a nutrient poor food? Go ahead, Laura.
Do you want like a specific example?
Yeah, that's fine. What do you?
I'm gonna say like foods with like calories and
Okay.
Fill out some form or just somebody to run it. Somebody to run it.
No, this is called
Let's see.
Transcript.
Right.
Somebody else can do it.
Jess, Andrew, Matt, Gail, Wade, Hannah,
And you do like one
Lori,
more.
Olivia,
Either a personal essay, a letter of recommendation. Or something else.
Abby, Haley,
This is the form that you can just fill out.
Lydia,
But
Danielle.
I don't know why you want to send your resume. If you have, I guess this is probably more towards like high school students, so what high school students are gonna help with?
Good morning. Happy October. It's a little chilly in here this morning. I have now turned it up as far as it'll let me, which is only another 2.5 degrees. So I have no idea if it's gonna warm up in here or not. We're at 67 degrees, so we're headed places. So what's happening? Who's got a hot topic today?
Lexi.
Lexi.
Okay, so the US Treasury is running out of money.
Okay.
So that means that they need to reconsider like how they allocate each of their money to like all the different bureaus and things, like the Bureau of Education, and then like also for agriculture too. So if they don't have as much funding for like public schools anymore, then that can impact like school lunches too. And another thing I saw was also there's like been supply chain issues and labor shortages, which makes it difficult to like get school lunches to kids. And then obviously with the agriculture thing, if there's less funding for agriculture, then you can't have like the machinery or equipment that you need to grow food.
Yes, so this is the same sort of dance that happens every time the debt ceiling comes due, which is the nuttiest thing, and I have no idea why we have it anyway. It's simply to say we're going to pay our bills. It doesn't allow any new spending. I don't know why we have it, if it's meant to try and curb spending, but it just seems like a silly thing, It's self-created drama, which at every point they're gonna come to an agreement. There have been a few occasions where the government is shut down, and of course that also affects any of your student loans that holds things behind. What else is going on? Andrew?
The date for the program, the original, the extension.
Extension for what?
I know. I think, like, I think qualified, the original, for the, place. I was waiting for something.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. What else?
Oh.
Yes, Olivia.
The CDC recommended that women who are pregnant should receive the vaccine because there's like a third of the people who have died from like while being pregnant was from COVID.
Yeah, it's terribly dangerous. You've got women who are asking doctors to take their babies early and take the chance that the baby may survive, knowing fully well that their COVID is pretty advanced, right? What else?
I read something in the LA Times, whatever, that they're trying to pass a law that you have to wear, or you have to show proof that you're vaccinated before they'll even do like a store or like a movie theater, like they're just like trying to pass that so people like start getting vaccinated.
You know what? That's happening in Europe right now as it is. Students. Oh, I was wondering. When I tell you these are the times I have available, that means that's it. Can't make up new ones. No, good. Merck is because there is a pill that Merck has developed that they put forward now for emergency use authorization that will cut COVID hospitalizations of people who become ill with COVID, particularly the ones that are unvaccinated. It'll cut hospitalizations by 50%. So they actually they had a large sample. They stopped where they were at and said 50% is good and put it forward for emergency use. So that may be coming down the pike as well. So at this point, we have the vaccines, of course. We have monoclonal antibodies, right? And now we're gonna have a pill. Okay? So it's sort of getting to the point that if you want to contract coronavirus and die, that's your choice, right? I mean, really, at this point, there's not, I don't know how many different ways to Sunday that you can try and convince people to take care of themselves or try to help them. At a certain point, if you don't believe it and you think the horse door will work, or you don't care, or it's not real, fine. You know, it's really to that point. Good. I have something I saw yesterday that came across my Twitter feed, and I was like, shut up. A COVID test that cost $54,000
What?
in Texas, right? So here's the long and the short of it. I'm not going to obviously read you the whole thing, but I did read through it. This guy was, he is an independent contractor, so he and his wife had separate insurance and their own business, right? So when he and his employees, during the worst of the pandemic, they would actually have to still go into homes and install internet and video systems, especially because it was busy for them because everybody was home, right? So one of the employees tested positive, and he and his wife at that point, right, and that was a lack of availability of testing in Texas, had to go about 30 minutes from Dallas to a freestanding ER in Louisville. Where is that?
It's actually really close from where I'm from.
Is
so
it?
It's a few towns over, so I'm from Plano, which is right by.
Okay,
Dallas.
I know where Plano's at, yeah.
So it's within traveling distance, like 20, 30 minutes from that.
Awesome. So they had to go there for this test. So then they get the bill back, right? I think you can read this here. So there's their deductible of $8,000, right? Family out of pocket of $16,000. Because he's an independent contractor, so he had to get a different kind of insurance. Where's the bill here? And then you can see over here where it says $610. There's the bill, $54,000, right? The amount allowed is $16,200, right? Because they had a series of things. So their total bill was, because they had more than one type of test, was $56,384, right? Their plan after negotiation, you know, all plans have a negotiated price, you know, with different hospitals and that kind of thing. When they negotiated down, it only ended up being $16,900 some dollars, right? And the insurance paid $16,900 for he and his wife to get COVID tested. So this was always a problem, like we were talking the other day with a couple $100 tests. Now you're looking at somebody whose insurance pays $17,000 to do a COVID test. This is the problem with American healthcare. Right? This is also why people don't take care of themselves in this country. Melissa.
Did it say like if they got like the biofilm or whatever, where it like does like 17, I think different.
They did, let me see. It does say which tests that they got. They got a diagnostic PCR and a rapid antigen test.
That was it.
That's it.
Well, if that's the case, I'd be paying a lot of money because I've gotten a lot of PCR tests.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you had to do that, and it's probably because it was a stand-up ER that may have been a private company.
Over the summer, I was supposed to do the Oxford program, and we didn't go because they were requiring vaccinated or not, which we were already required to be vaccinated. You had to get like a COVID test when we got there, then quarantine for 10 days, and then get tested 2 times a week when you like first staying there, and each test was $200. So it was gonna add like $2,000 to our whole trip that was already, you know, thousands of dollars.
That's a bit ridiculous, right? And $200, I mean, is that really adequate? Because we build so much profit into the system here. I mean, healthcare is a highly profitable thing, right? Even though you tend to find that a lot of employees in the hospital system aren't really paid that well, right? When I had both of my hips done, they were $50,000 a piece. when I was in the hospital with sepsis for a week, it was $104,000. Right? I mean, it's pretty outrageous stuff. Did you guys get the email about the COVID testing coming up?
Yeah.
So convenient.
Thank you.
What do you think?
I was,
You were mad?
because I tried to get.
You was mad. You were?
I was, yeah.
Sorry.
I tried to get a COVID test like last week, just to be safe, and they were like, no, we don't just give them out. And now all of a sudden they are, so I
But
just,
only for one day, for like what, 4 hours?
Yeah.
Or until the materials run out. Are any of you going to do it? I don't see the point, if I'm being frank, right?
I mean, okay, maybe it kind of makes sense, like if you're going home to a family that isn't fully vaccinated, like maybe that makes sense. Or you're going to see your grandparents who are vaccinated and you just want to be safe about
Right,
it, like
right.
that makes sense because we're going home.
Right.
But like, you've gone the whole semester so far and not able, and have told us no, you're not getting a test, but now you're just gonna give us a test just because. Like that doesn't make sense. Like,
Yes,
and like, did you see that the one on Tuesdays for only people with no symptoms? What's the point of that? Why are you wasting a test if you have no symptoms? Like, and you feel fine.
I agree.
yeah, and if
It
you're already
made me so
required
mad.
to be vaccinated, and like, why would you have a test for no symptoms, when there are people who literally like, they want to get a test for a specific reason, maybe they think they were exposed or something, and the whole year and a half they said no. But the government offered to like literally pay them, or the state offered to pay them to allow COVID testing for everyone at any time, they said no.
You notice it says for students only,
Yeah.
which is interesting, right? I mean, I'm not really sure what the point of it is. I believe me, there are faculty that asymptomatic or not, they would go over there because, they're gonna be concerned at any point that like, oh my God, I have COVID. Because, I have terrible allergies, but if I was a loon about the whole thing, I would go, oh, I might have COVID, even though my symptoms aren't the same as COVID symptoms. And I know better, but yeah, go ahead, Jake.
One of the guys on my team, I shouldn't be saying this, but like one of the guys on my team,
There are many of them on your team, so
yeah,
it's okay.
so nobody knows what I'm talking about, but he tested, is it like positive? He like tested whatever for pneumonia. So I feel like what's going around is like not coronavirus, like,
Oh, no, it's walking pneumonia. Walking pneumonia is like
Yeah.
on campus.
yeah.
Bronchitis, I know 2 people who got mycoplasma, like, how do you get that?
Well, and I understand maybe having a couple of days and spending some money on testing for people who are showing some symptoms, right? Let's eliminate COVID completely. Moving on to a diagnosis. I do not understand as a proactive measure having asymptomatic people test. And the option is yours. It's not like it's mandated. So I'm like, I'm interested. I really want to know how many students go because I'm not expecting to see a ton of students unless they're just, really worried. Go ahead.
Generally asymptomatic, for whatever reason, they're gonna make you quarantine.
Yes.
It's stupid.
So, so you're really
Are
running
they
the
still
risk of being
full
isolated for 10
That's
days.
what that is on Tuesday.
That
No,
is
but,
in the
like,
email,
are they
by the way.
still requiring
it-
no?
But to clarify, if you choose to go, and please, if you feel you should, then go. Or if you had you may be asymptomatic and then find out you had exposure and you wanna go ahead and know anyway, and that's perfectly fine thing to do, right? But you will receive orders from the county that you will have to isolate for 10 days.
But that's a different story though. Like you're saying that you were in contact with someone, you're just going to go, and you're like completely fine, like feel healthy, like that doesn't make sense.
No, I agree. I mean, if
I
it,
saw that yesterday.
like, I would not go do this if, personally, even if it was open to faculty, because I don't have any symptoms of COVID. What I have are my usual twice a year allergies, and I know what those symptoms are. It's just been a while, so it's kind of hit me a little bit. But and if I wasn't taking like decongestants and things, it could very easily develop into like a walking pneumonia. But I don't have COVID symptoms, right? One thing they don't have they sent you guys a list of what the COVID symptoms really are?
No, not lately.
We do
So
the,
is that-
What am I saying?
we do the, screening every single day,
They're screening every day, yeah.
like the screening that you do,
Uh-huh.
that's kind of gives you the symptoms already.
Oh, it does? Okay.
What do the most like?
The one I see, oh, I see what you're saying. When they ask
The
you,
one
if you
on
have,
like my ass.
you know, right, where you've got like shortness of breath
Oh,
or, you know, if you have
Like I have a headache every
debilitating
day.
fatigue and, you know. Well, and then I have it, when my allergies are bothering me due to the congestion, I have a headache with those as well. So it's like, these are not the same symptoms, right?
Yeah.
There are deeper COVID symptoms that are much more common.
Even if I don't feel good, I just say no.
I don't know. I was wondering when I saw it yesterday, I wanted to find out what everybody's read of this was. Hang on there. What? So I saw this as well on Twitter yesterday, that from a physician who just really wondered, like, if COVID physically manifested the way smallpox did, would more people get vaccinated? Right? There's smallpox and there's a vaccinated shot. The smallpox is terrifically virulent, right? So this you would see, and people generally died from it, right? If you were lucky enough to survive, you were covered with sort of smallpox scars. And this is somebody who's been vaccinated against smallpox. So this probably would work if it manifested itself, right?
Is it a real picture like that?
Yeah, that's a real picture.
They had these two people connected.
To demonstrate the difference
Right.
between being vaccinated and not being vaccinated.
That's sad.
You know, because there's a history of it. As of this morning, we were over 700,000 dead. So we have exceeded the actual number of dead from the Spanish flu. But as a proportion of the country, we haven't done that yet. Because of course, we have a lot more people at this point. But just some interesting things going on in the world today. All right, hang on, let me share this with these guys. Okay, let's talk about fat. All right, so when you are working with patients, and we'll get into some fun patient stuff next week when we talk about protein and edema and wasting away. Some of the obvious things that you need to do is, which we were talking about, is eat less nutrient poor foods, avoid tobacco as well. Have you guys been reading any more labels since we've talked about this stuff? Good. Yeah, it's more interesting now to kind of look at it and go, holy smokes, right? Like when you look at the grams of carbs in pasta, that's huge, right? So that's one of those things for me that if I do eat it, I've got to have 3 days of very lean eating to try and counter, you know, the number of carbs that go into that. All right. Obviously, you want to eat if you cut your fat, you can substitute it with vegetables a lot, for sure, right? You can also cut it with eating leaner meats. I mean, half the time when you're dealing with fat is because you were eating a fattier piece of meat than anything else that you could substitute out, right? Obviously, this is along the same lines of trying to find, if you're a beef eater, you need to find something that's awfully lean. The same thing with pork. And if you're going to eat any fish, you want to make sure that it's skinless, preferably a chicken breast because it's got less fat in it. Chicken thighs taste much better in things than chicken breast. I mean, it's much richer, it's much fattier, but it tastes fantastic like in soup. Because I'm making some soup this weekend with chicken thighs. And avoid trans fat. Most of the time you can't. If you get to a really lower end store, you may possibly find foods that have trans fats in them, right? And I'm talking, what is that dollar store where everything's $1? Not Dollar General, it's the one where, is that the one where there's like everything is $1 or under? Yeah. You may find that kind of product there, right? Which now I saw that actually that store is now going to say is actually raising their prices, so now it's going to be like less than $1, whatever. Jay?
Like 2 years ago, I don't know if it was like a Dollar General or a Dollar Tree or whatever. but they were selling like steaks for like $3 or something. And my dad was gonna go get some and make them. We never did, but I just thought it was like kind of interesting.
Yeah, well, that,
$3 Dollar General steak. I would try it, but I just thought it was like I would totally try it just to say I did it.
really?
Yeah, I mean, why not?
Food poisoning? I mean, have you got, if any of you have lived like outside of a more urban area, have you ever had one of those like trucks come to the neighborhood and try and sell you steaks out of the bag?
Wait. No, so in New York City, I made, like, you know, they have the vendors. I made a big mistake about getting something from there, and I was sick, really bad.
Oh, I'm sure.
Really, really bad. It's terrible.
Well, there are, Schwann's is one of them, but there are a number of those kinds of companies that will go like through neighborhoods and like pull into your driveway. I've had this happen to me a number of times. And I was like, don't even get out of your truck, man. Because they're gonna try and sell you all this meat and frozen stuff that they've got in these trucks. Why would you not wanna buy anything from them?
When you like open it, the freezer kind of.
Provided that it actually works well,
Yeah.
right? May not even be holding temperature right, for one. And depending on what kind of food they pull out of there, who knows? You gotta be careful with a lot of stuff. Especially things that sound too good to be true, because they usually are. If you, for example, when you buy frozen fish or frozen chicken breasts, right? They look much plumper in the bag than if you thaw them out. You guys ever done that? You thaw them out and you see all this weeping, right? That's tripolyphosphate, which has a lot of salt in it. So it adds sodium to your product. That's used so you can flash freeze product. And so when you do that, you actually are inflating the size of that chicken or that fish, and then it all weeps out when you thaw the stuff out. So actually you're paying a much higher price for some of that frozen stuff that sounds like it's a deal than you would be if you bought fresh. And that is not from nutrition, that is from my prior career. So, because I know how all this stuff is made. All right, when you make your daily food choices, you should eat some fish a couple times a week. You guys do that?
I just started doing that since I found out, like, trying to put that in my diet more.
Because you can get it if you wanted to do like an ahi tuna salad, or salmon salad, or I think even Subway has kind of a like a fish thing. Is it tuna? I think it's just tuna. Which sounds terrible. Or get some salmon. I mean, I usually am only good for about once a week, but twice a week is a little much. It's kind of hard to do that. That's why older folks actually take fish oil tablets or capsules, which kind of make you smell a little bit. It does actually make your skin smell. So another way, of course, is if you do drink dairy, is to get something that's fat free, or at the very least 1%. How many of you guys actually drink milk? Okay, good. And 2%, 1% almond milk, skim, yeah.
I just drink almond or milk,
With no sweetener, yeah.
yeah, it's so good.
No, I've been drinking skim milk since I was about 17. Because I don't know, my parents went on this kick, my dad had his own health problems, and so everything sort of changed, and
It looks like the same thing though, it doesn't taste like, it tastes like white water, like it's the same thing.
weirdly though, once you get used to it, which is what that's the learning curve, is you kind of gotta adapt. Then you really don't notice it, but you do notice, even if you drink 1% milk, you can like taste and feel the
It's
fat
gross.
in that stuff, right? Like I cannot imagine today drinking whole milk. Do any of you guys drink whole milk? Seriously?
Yeah.
Well,
Why?
It's very big area.
Oh, okay.
my dad puts whole milk in his coffee and like every time
Holy
yeah, and every time I make him coffee, I put in skim milk or almond milk, because I think he won't tell the difference. And he says, you put almond milk in this, didn't you? And I go, no, because I think he's just trying to call my bluff. Like, I don't think he actually tastes the difference.
But like I try to get him off of that because I'm like, what's wrong with you? You're gonna be.
If you went from whole milk to almond milk,
I was
you
gonna say,
absolutely.
definitely
have
can
to-
taste the
definitely-
difference.
It's in coffee,
Not
so
even
like
counting.
it's in coffee.
You can still taste the difference.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
it's disgusting.
And the one thing to definitely stay away from is unpasteurized product. Which it blows my, every time I go to Canterville Farms, which I will be doing this afternoon, they have unpasteurized cheeses. And it just makes me crazy nervous, like I just know I'm gonna get food poisoning from this stuff. And as we talked before, you wanna avoid any kind of foods that have partially hydrogenated oils. Why? What is hydrogenation?
Adding air.
Yes, adding air, right? So you're adding air to it, right? But you're also changing the shape, right, of the fat, and that's how they become trans fats, is when you actually hydrogenate them, right? They get reconfigured and they become a man-made product, so your body can't digest it. Okay, limit saturated fats. I would say with patients, here's kind of the rub for patients. You're not really gonna find them, you're not going to encounter a lot of trans fats at the grocery store anymore, right? But you can see that they'll end up with saturated fats. What are some things that have saturated fats that you guys know? Sam? Sausage for sure, right? Bacon, a lot of those meats are full of saturated fats. Is turkey bacon, does turkey bacon have saturated fat? Yes, it does. Listen,
A lot of like protein bars, a lot of saturated fat. Like a small amount of it.
yeah, and that's the difference is, you're going to, like when you go to turkey bacon or what Melissa was talking about, you can go to a small amount of saturated fat compared to full-on, gut.
Coconut,
Coconut?
anything coconut has a lot of saturated fat.
Good, I love it. No, it's not my thing. The smelling makes me crazy, because I always feel like it's like I'm eating a tanning bed when I smell chocolate. It's all you smell once it is out of tanning. So, no, so you want to avoid this, but with your patients, you're not gonna, you can say limit, and that's gonna go nowhere too, because that's complicated and hard to do. What's easier to do if you want to try and help them limit their saturated fats? You are gonna have older patients where you're gonna have to do some of this stuff, that are still eating the way they were eating when they were young. Biscuits and gravy, lots of eggs, bacon, stuff like that, right? Easiest thing to do is find a similar-ish product and try and get them to work it into their diets, right? Don't make it an all or nothing choice. An all or nothing choice will get you nothing, right? So in this case, if you move somebody from pork sausage to turkey sausage, they actually taste very similar, but it's only because both of them have sausage seasoning in it. That's what flavors the product. So you're kind of misled, and you actually have a product with less saturated fats, so they can still kind of enjoy their breakfast. Because your goal here isn't to change, you're never gonna be able to shift people that far. Not at one time, right? So it's always gotta be gradual. Even if you've got somebody, let's say, that needs to reduce some fat in their diet and they drink 2% milk, try to get them down to 1. Don't right away go for skim, but at least try to get them down to 1 to help cut some of that out. What are some regular, we talked about this already, but monounsaturated and polyunsaturated fats that people can use in their diets? It's an oil. Sam? Yeah. Right, you just get them to shift oils. Especially, if they're at home. And yeah, they're more expensive, but it depends on how you purchase them too. Like I just get the huge jug of olive oil. And then I get the same thing of grapeseed oil. There's just the two of them cook at different temperatures, have smoke points that are at different temperatures. So you gotta watch that too. Cut back on beverages and foods with added sugar. What beverages have added sugar? And
Everything except for dessert. like juices.
Well, not everything, because skim milk, that's not an added sugar, right? So, and if you get 100% juice, they're not added sugars, right? So, what's that?
It's like it's natural sugar. Like it's
You,
like-
well, either, right, natural sugar, so you're looking at added sugar, so if you really wanna shift somebody over, and we had this conversation already, if you've got somebody who's a soda drinker, the first thing you're not gonna do is tell them to stop drinking soda and substitute water. Why would you not tell them to do that? Because they won't, right? It's that simple, not at first, you can get them moved.
Isn't
um,
diet soda, like diet soda, isn't better? Like that's not like.
No, with the sweeteners, and the problem is, it doesn't taste like the soda they're used to. I would step them down to like a Coke Zero or something, right? First, and say, okay. Or your other alternative is to have them just cut down on the number they drink it at. Right? Because a lot of people that drink soda drink a lot of soda every day. And that's the real problem, is you're just drinking far too much of it. And then, I wouldn't do this because I need the sodium, but choose foods with less sodium. What are some foods that lower income patients might consume that have a lot of sodium?
Like soup, anything really canned,
Soups, ramen noodles have a ton of sodium in it.
chips.
Chips, good. Little Debbie snack cakes have a ton. Fast food, yeah, there's a lot of salt in fast food as well. Good.
I was gonna say those like, they make like rice packets and stuff with the
Mhm, mhm.
Oh, yeah, there's more stuff.
Yes, it has a lot of sodium in it as well.
My roommates eat that stuff, like, every day.
See, not every day, that would make me
Well,
insane.
not every day.
Let's do, hold on, let's do. I'm just pulling up some Little Debbie's. Let's try this one. Let's see what they come up with. Okay, there's more than that down here. 7 more rows. Sodium, that's lower. I saw one and I almost fell over. This has got, because I know this has a ton of fat and added sugars. Let's see. So, most of it is getting them to watch it. So, you are dealing with because what's going to happen to you? I don't care what discipline you're in. You know, obviously, if you're a PA, you're going to have folks come into you for medical problems. If you are in public health, if you are in PT, if you are in OT, if you go into nursing, right? I don't care if you're in sports management or sports study. People will talk to you about their diets, particularly because you will be seen as an authority figure, right? So these are why this kind of stuff is important to you to think about when you deal with it. So you're going to find out, if you're a PA, you're probably going to see somebody's blood work, but you're going to have people ask you weird questions like, you know, the doctor just told me I also have something called hypertension, you know? And, well, what do I do about that, right? Well, this is one of those occasions when you might want to talk to them about their diet. Because the weirdest thing is, especially if you are in public health, because the community you will be out in the community, right? I'm working with one student right now who's applying for a public health educator position in Chautauqua County. And we walk through some of this, right? Because you're developing all these education programs, but you're gonna be out there with folks and you will still be seen as the legitimate authority in these cases, right? And those of you that are PT, OT, or nursing, patients are gonna see you differently, right? And what I mean by that is, it's often, when you often have patients in a position where they're dealing with either a physician or a PA, there's this weird imbalance, right? But so the things that maybe they thought about or wanted to ask, they don't. They just accept that guidance and move on. You're gonna work with them more regularly. They're gonna come to trust you enough to have this discussion with you, right? You go to see your doctor and we're going over your blood work and it's sort of a one and done. One, you may not have had any questions, so you thought about it later. You're not gonna call the doctor, obviously they're not gonna see you unless they can schedule an appointment to get you. But you know, Mr. 60-year-old who had his hip replaced, you gotta go to physical therapy 3 times a week. Well, physical therapist is closed. You know, it's surprising that the things, and since I've had plenty of physical therapy, I know this because I talked to the physical therapist about like what they experience with patients, like I want to learn more. And a lot of them will come to them with their health problems because they just assume that you're gonna know these things. So that's when these might be an occasion, because I mean, who's been through PT? Okay, so you don't just go through your PT session if you're working with the physical therapist and say nothing, right? Right, you chit chat while you're doing the whole thing, so it's not
It'd
gonna,
be awkward if you did.
what's that?
It'd be so awkward if you did.
Oh, you went the whole time, I wouldn't know what to do.
Afterward.
Yeah, it would be weird, or if they didn't talk to you, which would be even weirder. It would be the worst time ever, you know? Because you will deal with a lot of that. You will deal with folks who, I don't know, think you're some kind of resource for them. The very first time I had physical therapy, and I did it locally, I was kind of surprised because they seem to have everybody booked at the same time in kind of this small space, you know, like some early stuff. And some of these older folks were not engaged in their own physical therapy, so the physical therapist is moving them, right? Yet they didn't look like they couldn't move, and I said, what's the problem over there? Like, just lazy, not invested in their own recovery, you know? Like to come in, don't have anything to do. There was also this table off the offices, and you would see like these old local neighborhood guys that would just come in and like have coffee that had physical therapy there at one point. So the community will come to talk with you. So these are the things that you need to be concerned about, right? All right. So as we discussed, alcohol can add a ton of weight to you. So at least if you're gonna drink in moderation. All right. Or, even if you have patients, there are times that they should avoid having mixed drinks, even at home. Why is that a problem?
Like you're on the medication.
If you're on a medication, sure, all right, and we know alcohol adds weight, check.
Maybe they don't know about like added sugar and stuff. So like if they're trying to make like a cocktail, they'll add like a ton of lemonade or something.
Mhm.
And it's like super sugary.
Or if you go and you order a vodka with cranberry juice, right? You don't know whether the cranberry juice has all this extra sugar or if it's 100% juice or whatever. So you can add all of these calories, even something that's as seemingly harmless as sort of a happy hour on a Friday, right? You're just adding calories you don't realize you're doing. Plus, in those situations, you're probably having appetizers, you're seated quite a while, you know. So, what else can you do when it comes to helping your patients reduce their portion sizes?
Give them like a visual,
Okay,
like compare it to something that they would know the size of the dish.
like you could use the MyPlate stuff that we've talked about, right? All right, you can do that, go ahead, Melissa.
Or eat like keep a smaller bowl and stuff like that.
Absolutely, yeah. Same thing, yeah. Pretty much, I mean, go ahead, Jake.
I kind of feel like the mind plate, like visual, just kind of like promotes a bit of an eating disorder. I know cause like in my opinion, like let's say you're working with someone who's like 300 pounds and they really don't know how to like eat right or do anything. And then they're at this for like a year and a half and let's say they're down 150 pounds. Well, all they know is that I can only eat this much of this, this much of this, this much of this, and they don't know their own body. And they don't know how to feel like, oh, I'm full now. Or maybe my body, maybe I did an extra 30 minutes of cardio. I need this many extra calories, but all they know is just my plate. Like, I just kind of feel like maybe a good starting point, but like, kind of you teach them feel out your body.
It's a good guide. I would be stunned if you had a patient that actually restricted their diet to that point, that was disciplined enough to cut their diet to that point and believe they couldn't do anything beyond it. Even if they tell you they are, they may or may not be. I worked with a lady one time, and I hadn't seen her in a really long time. I left that job and I went to do something else. And I happened to run into her later, and she had lost this tremendous amount of weight. I was like, holy moly. I said, I just came right out and asked her, I said, did you have surgery? And she said no, and she and her husband, because she was always making stuff like pistachio cake, which was wonderful, and food, and bringing things in, and you know, always talking about food, always doing this food thing. And they had both got some really bad blood work results back. So they made a conscious effort to control their portion sizes, you know, like those containers you can make for meal prep, you know, that have like the 3 compartments or whatever. That's what they made their meals out of. So they not only did they use different recipes, they also restricted it and stuck to it. I mean, to the point like she hadn't purchased new clothing, so it was all hanging on her. And I must have been the way I looked at her, kind of funny. She said, oh, well, we're waiting until we're at that ideal weight and we're not very far off before investing in more clothes, which of course makes sense, right? Why keep spending money? Yeah, but it was, I mean, it was miraculous. I would have sworn either she got really sick or had a surgery, and it was a matter of doing nothing more than cutting down on their play size. My sister has lost 35 pounds in the last year from cutting soda out of her diet.
How much?
35 pounds. They were drinking way too much soda though too. All right. Oh, this we've been through. Linoleic acid, seafood, yada yada. I think we're about here. Am I going backwards? I feel like I'm going backwards. Am I? Yeah, we are going backwards. Hold on. Unless this is just repeating. I think it's maybe repeating. I've seen this information so many times, it could be anything. Wait, a Lester you will hardly ever find too. Have we been through this? Where am I at? I feel like we've been through this. Yes? No, we're almost there. Okay, we're okay. All right. Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the US, as you guys probably know. It's also the leading cause of death in Canada, right? So you're going to have, if anything that can increase your triglyceride levels, right? Obviously, if you're overweight or obese, you probably have elevated levels already. But a sedentary lifestyle will do it for you for sure, because you produce some of these yourself. Trans fatty acids, alcohol for sure. Why do you suppose, from what you guys know and can observe, that heart disease would be the leading cause of death in these 2 countries, in North America? And a lot of obesity, right? Because we have a lot of convenience, processed foods. Donut shop, right? What else between the 2 countries is similar? Secondary lifestyle. What's that? Absolutely, right? Temperature based, depending on where you're at in the country, right? And the areas that have better climates, what do you tend to find, like in the South? What's that?
More fit people.
In the
In the
south,
south? Well, depends on what part of the south. Like fatter people because like they're larger.
Like, what do you call in the South? Atlanta? Miami?
What is the south?
Well, all right.
Tennessee.
The South minus Florida. Florida is a whole different world.
Yeah, Florida, I live.
Well, that's what I think of the south is like.
Oh, no. Not
All right.
that's always the last thing I know. No.
Yeah, I think of like,
Well, what you do find are heavier fat foods, right? You find a lot of different styles of eating, and it's really common. It's also nice enough to go out and eat. So everything revolves around a meal.
Exercise.com says that Colorado is the most in shape state.
And they've made an effort at it. Seattle is also one of the healthiest cities, who's also made an effort at it. And they've got like overhead walkways, and they've got covered areas that you can get exercise throughout the city. because they made an investment in that, right? But you think in the South that you've got all this wonderful weather, you might get outside, but you're gonna eat how you wanna eat, you know? All right, we covered this. Yeah, go ahead, Laura.
I don't know, so if you like to do it, like, there's a lot of comfort food.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, and cheese.
completely, and it's wonderful stuff. And it'll kill you all at the same time. Lots of food festivals until I lived in the South, and I was like, where's the next food festival? I went to I was in Charleston, South Carolina, visiting a friend, and it was like a rainy weekend or something, and so we decided, and it was kind of clear, so the earlier plans got canceled, and saw this ridiculous thing on television for the World Grit Festival. So we of course got in the car and went over to the grit, and it was the craziest thing. They had like 100 different ways to make grits, and they had a Miss Grit Festival, and then they had a diving competition where the prizes were in like big barrels of grits. It was the nuttiest thing I've ever seen. But it was everything revolves around food at that point, right? Some of the other patients you will deal with will suffer from metabolic syndrome, right? Which means that any of these 3 symptoms indicate that you have metabolic syndrome, right? Excess abdominal fat, high blood glucose, high serum triglycerides, low HDL, and high blood pressure, right? So when you run into this, you have a patient that needs a complete overhaul of their diet, right? Because when you look at all of these together, this is all dietary when you work with them. And when you especially when you work with older patients or have older people attend your events, you're gonna more likely see some of this stuff. They may be confused. They're gonna ask you, right? You're the professional, you got a college degree, right? You're the smart one, you should know these things. My mom asked me stuff that has nothing to do with healthcare and that I just do not have a clue about. Well, Dr. Allen, why don't you know this stuff? And I'm like, I'm not educated in that. I've never worked in it. I have no idea what this stuff is. I'm as likely to Google it as you are. So, all right. Cancers, especially, hey, this is a mix of, as you all know, lifestyle, heredity, blah, blah, blah. Most of us have cancer cells, whether or not your cancer cells become active over time. So you can have a predisposition to cancer if you have that in your family. It's something you consider. But more often than not, you will see cancer manifest as a result of lack of physical inactivity or your own diet, right? Can't encourage them along. While we're on this negative path, let's just go all the way, right? I knew that was going to be the end. Okay. All right. Did you guys at least get with your groups at all, or email, or chat?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm gonna. San Andrew. Claire. Lacey, Brett, Mary, Laura, Morgan, Elizabeth, Jess, Andrew, Matthew, Michaela, White, Hannah, Tatum, Jake,
Sorry.
oh my gosh,
You have sent them your unofficial transcript.
Olivia, Danielle, Melissa, Al.
You can either get them, write a personal statement or submit.
Good morning. How are y'all? All right. 5 days until we go on break. 5 days. This is 10, but 5. So, are any of you getting tested?
No.
I never even thought about it, and I don't know if we talked about it in this class, but I talked about it in the class I have after you guys. And they go, well, who would get tested? Because if you're positive, you can't go home from work.
Right.
And I'm like, oh.
Well, I think that's kind of a weird statement because, like, wouldn't you want to know you're positive if you were going to go home?
But then,
like, what's the
right.
point?
No,
Like,
literally nobody has to know.
Because if you want to know,
if
then you're
not
stuck
doing it
here.
anyway, it's like the whole point of it is like they're just trying to control
Apparently. Who has hot topics today? Brett, fire away.
So what I'm gonna talk about.
Guys, give Brett your attention.
Thank you. What I want to talk about my top today is the fact that kind of the border on the US side is still closed, fully closed for, fully vaccinated students, both people are going back over. So it's kind of an issue, that's been ongoing right now because you can literally come over if you fly, but you can't go over driving unless you have a reason to go over. So you don't have proper tracking mitigation because of the issue. So, reason kind of shows this is if I were to have an issue with my kind of supplies that I have back home here, I would be able to get it brought down over by my parents with proper documentation to bring that over the border as well as come over the border to drop it off this evening. So if they flew over, they could, but then they're stranded on the
Can they ship it to you?
They could. That's just an
Okay,
example I
okay.
was given for that.
No, that's good. That's a good example. Well, that sucks.
Yeah, so, and then if they wanna fly over, and then for whatever reason go back over the other side, it would take like a $200 specific PCR and COVID test to show that they don't have COVID, but they're fully vaccinated with, 2 shots. I think there's a couple different companies that they're doing out there, I think one of them in the US doesn't recognize yet. So it's a big, yeah, and that's the only one border that's closed right now, so we end up going back to that.
Yeah, and there's not to mention the effect that it's having on the economy between both countries overall.
Yeah.
The cross-border trade. Because there's one of the Fulbright scholars is actually wants to go to Canada and watch the evolution of trade between the two countries. To kind of get a feel for what happened as soon as the borders closed, and then watch it maybe evolve, hopefully, over the next year. And see if we can actually reestablish those sorts of things.
Yeah, and then to add on to your shit, like I don't know if I would be able to go back home for the fall break or midterm break.
Because you couldn't drive. Well, how far a drive is?
Take a COVID test and all that kind of stuff.
You still have to do that if you're flying?
No, I would drive because it's not that far. It's not far enough to fly over.
And then you'd have to take a test in
Yeah,
order to
take
be
a
able to
test,
do
go
it.
back over, and then
And then a test to come back here?
don't believe so, no. Just have to show the documentation to why I go back now.
Well, that's kind of a mess.
Yeah, so it doesn't really make any sense.
No.
It's like that.
No, that sucks.
Yeah.
Okay, what else is going on? Good job. What else is happening? You folks that are getting ready to go on a short break. I don't know about you, but I'm happy to go on a break. Let's see. Virus change. We are down by 28%, the number of new cases. Deaths are down 7%, but those are a 2-week lagging indicator. Okay, we've got a little housekeeping to go through. One of which is your midterm, right, is next Friday, is that right? Hold on, let me.
You're making it to the beginning, or if that's what it says on the.
Oh, the day we get back? Super. It's from your quizzes.
But our quiz is different, so how are we now?
They're not completely different. You only find here's the thing, you will find the occasional question that you may not have seen before, but it's not gonna be that difficult to do. There's only 25 questions on this. So you're not really gonna find like a huge amount of variation, but you might. And that's one reason why one of your questions that you all will know is worth 10% of the total test credit, right? So I'm trying to be very fair with this. And also, you have another question that is extra credit. So when you take the quiz, and you should also know this one because I have asked you this several times in class. So that'll cover another question. When you take the exam, now you will all come here, bring your laptops just like you have right now, and you're gonna take it in class, okay? Your extra credit will show 0 points when you guys take the exam, but then I will add your extra credit. It's the only way I can do that on these types of exams. So in the end, I'll increase your score by 3 points, which is the equivalent of 1 extra, basically a bonus question, right? So you can miss one, plus having the 10% that's guaranteed to you right off the bat. Because any of you missed that question, I'm gonna be stunned. That means you literally aren't listening as many times as I've asked you the same question. So you have that. Okay. A little housekeeping for when you submit your recipe to me, right? For your group and your health issue or disease process, okay? What I will also want you to do is take your ingredient list and triple it for me. okay? Because I have to make your food order. So even once you guys triple it, I still have to do more math and try and figure out an order to work with Aramark, but I'm not gonna, for all 10 groups, go through and multiply all your stuff out. So just tell me what a triple batch, how much you're gonna need for this recipe to make 3 salad batches. We're gonna do 2 the night before, we'll do 1 the next day. And I think we should have some help with runners, because part of what we'll do Tuesday, since all 3 of you obviously won't be cooking, probably 2 of you can do that. 1 of you will be portioning for the next day exactly what you need for demonstration purposes, and we'll have cups for those. We're gonna put them on sheets, leave them in the cooler, and then the next day we can just, I'll have one of the interns that is not in this class, earn some hours by playing runner for us and helping you set up. So by the time you guys get there in the morning, you'll have everything set up for you to get started, okay? Let me see what else I have in my notes for you guys. Email is, when you're selecting a recipe, either look for a cheap protein, and by that I mean like chicken, pork, whatever, right? You can do meatless as well, unless your diet specifically has a very high protein requirement. You can likely get away with that. It does not have to be a dinner. This could be something for lunch. This could be a side. This could be breakfast. Okay, doesn't matter. But it needs to be something that we can either convert to using an Instant Pot or like a camp stove, using those little like 2-burner, like butane kind of deals. Or if it does need to go in the oven, it needs to have a short cook time. So it should be inexpensive, not very time consuming, right? And simple. It can't be very complex. Okay, Melissa?
Do you do something like an air fryer?
Only if I can find one to borrow. That's the problem. Is I know I can get my hands on Instant Pots, mostly out of just the School of Health Professions. Aramark has camp stoves, but I'm not so sure about an air fryer.
What
So-
if like we have one here?
What's that?
Like can we use our own?
Yeah.
Oh,
No, you can absolutely, if you have it, use it, Lexi.
What day do you want this by?
It should be on your move.
I mean, this next one's done.
Yeah. And then just add that triple, right? All you have to do is tell me your disease process or health issue.
Only one person turns it in?
Yeah, I only need one of you to turn it in. It's fine. This is for you, Jake. Oh, no, this is bonus one.
It's probably better to me too though.
I don't know. Colgate?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's right after that. Oh, brother. How long are you gonna be on?
I'm gone on Friday.
Okay.
Well, I only have 4 more days before break.
Okay, all right. All right. So, all right, you have, I'm going to change this date. You have till the 18th on your article review. I had it on the 11th for some reason, but your quiz will still be due, but the quizzes have been open, so. The article review is not due on the 11th, it'll be due on the 18th. Oh my God, you're killing me with this. Hold on. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, you just changed that. I was gonna say that there's that article review is due on Monday.
no, I just changed it. You got an extra week for that.
Okay.
Yeah, I got your break on the syllabus, but I, for some reason, put this in on the wrong date. Okay, fine. Yeah, now once you come back, you're gonna give me your deal. Okay. We're gonna go through today, and Wednesday, we should get through proteins. We might have a little bit of cleanup on Friday morning. On Friday, you have a classroom macro exercise. It's possible we may do it Wednesday. Let me think about it since Jake's gotta go in for swimming. What you're gonna do, normally I would break you guys into the groups that you were already in for this, but I think with the way this room is laid out, I'll just have you by each table, just work together on this. I'm gonna give you guys and it's already in the assignment, there's 2 different recipes in there. You will have to break the entire recipe out, right? Figure out all the kilocalories for each ingredient. And then be able to tell me how many kilocalories are there per serving for each of the 3 macros. Okay? Should not be complicated. And I have a key because I already did the math on all these recipes. All right. Yeah, we may do that on Wednesday because it's worth credit, so I'm sure we get it done. Okay, so this kind of ties into what I was just talking about with proteins. Yes, protein is essential to anybody's diet. Do you have to get what are some protein sources that are non-meat?
Nuts.
Soy,
What?
peanut butter.
I said nuts.
And you said nuts, so it's the same, yeah. What else? Beer?
No, dairy.
You said what?
Dairy.
Oh.
Beer.
Like I didn't think it had protein in it. Beans, right? That's an easy one. What's what? Oats, okay. Right? So protein, it makes up, we need a considerable amount of protein to keep operating on a regular basis. All animals do. And then of course we receive a lot of the protein through our meals, through both plants and animals. Are proteins from these 2 the same? Plants and animals?
No.
No. Right? So one of the things to consider, which is what's in this chapter, is that if you are on a fully vegetarian diet, is really considering the amount of protein you're receiving from plant sources, which today it's a little easier to have that kind of diet because there are plenty of protein supplements as well, but it's something to manage when you're trying to manage your diet. It's necessary to keep your skin, hair, and nails looking beautiful. The more protein you have, it's only ever the truth. I would love that because maybe I could grow some more hair back in. There are 2 different effects that you can have from either having too much protein or too little. Obviously, you're going to have some wasting if you have too little. If you have too much, right, like more than you actually need, you're going to start seeing edema in your patients or a swelling, right? When you get to some older patients, if you've ever noticed in some older folks, you see what looks like edema. It can be a number of things, but often their protein demands aren't nearly as high, and they haven't shifted their dietary habits, right? Long term, that could be a real problem for them. Right here, excess protein intake is a greater problem in the United States. Why do you suppose?
Like just like some fast food, like
Sure, right. Absolutely, absolutely. And large portions of proteins, we tend to just see that everything, and here, I mean, around the world, a lot of festivals and things, they kind of revolve around food, but it's a difference in choices of food, right? You might find in other countries, like here, if you buy fresh produce, you get vegetables and fruits, they're awfully expensive. And in many cases, especially in the wintertime, they're more expensive than meat product. Overseas, you may find that that role is reversed, right? The actual center of the plate proteins are far more expensive, and that's why they're just not eaten in the same quantity, right? And there's widely available produce there. All right. Proteins are made of amino acids, which you guys, I'm sure, know. There are 9 of them that are essential, which mean an essential, whenever you see this word nutrition, simply means your body can't produce it, right? Non-essential means you do produce enough, a sufficient amount. Conditionally essential, if there are non-essentials, but if your body can't make them in large enough quantities, they're referred to as conditional essential aminos. So it just basically means your body produces some of it, just not nearly enough. So remember, there are a few of them, right? Got to get the essentials through your diet. Ew. Let's see in here. Skip through that. Basic aminos: 1 carbon, 1 hydrogen, and an amino group. One side of the amino, one side group unique to the amino bond. Every amino is a little bit different in its shape. The side group gives the amino acid its identity and how it's used in your body, right? They're not all the same. Whoops, did I skip you? Blah, blah, blah. All right, the amino acids are joined to the next by peptides. You've got a dipeptide, which is obvious, at 2, oligopeptide at 3, and polypeptide 4 to 10. The properties of the amino acid not only give the protein its shape, but determine its function. And that's largely important depending on what you're eating, of course, right? And how denatured the product is, which we should get into. Denaturation, right, will disrupt the shape. The protein will unfold, but in the process of unfolding, the protein is also starting the amino acid breakdown, right? It can be caused by acids, alkalinity, high temperature, alcohol oxidation, and agitation. All right, so are meat products ever cooked at higher temperatures? Yes, right? So you're denaturing some of the protein that's in it. Alcohol. Is alcohol ever used in preparing food or in a marinade, right? So start thinking your way through this. A lot of what we already do that we just think is a normal way of being, acids. You add acids in most marinades when you're marinating a meat product, and then you throw it on the grill and you're cooking it further. What you're doing is denaturing the protein itself or beginning the process of amino acid breakdown, knowingly or unknowingly. So in this case, you're preparing these proteins to be used in your body more readily, okay? That's why you'll see with some products that contain proteins that often what you'll see is here are the calories and here's the calorie breakdown as packaged, and then here's the calorie breakdown as prepared. You guys seen that on labels, right? So you may see a shift. You may see something that as packaged has so many grams of protein, and then you'll see as prepared, it declines. That's one of the reasons it declines. I'll give you an example. Farro, F-A-R-R-O. If you guys ever had that, it's one of the ancient grains that the Romans used to eat in regular quantities, and it supplied protein. That is one of those products that will go from, when you prepare it, from 7 grams of protein per serving down to 4, simply because of the temperature you've got to cook it. All right, because you've got to boil that kind of product. Each of them, as you can see, has a different function. You break them out and they can either function as an antibody, help with fluid balance, your acid-base balance, transport, structure. Obviously, you know that you need protein for a number of things that are part of your structural makeup, enzymes, and hormones. So a protein deficient diet does more than help you waste away. And part of the reason it does help you waste away is that the rest of your body isn't working very well, and more than likely your structural mechanical piece is suffering, right? Okay, it's basic mechanical functions. Collagen and keratin. What happens when you don't have protein, do you think? if you're missing these basics. Motor proteins too, but let's talk about these two. What would be most likely if you had insufficient protein intake where your bones and your skin have less elasticity, or in keratin, when your hair and your nails aren't sufficiently strong?
His bones will become like weaker.
Mhm.
You could get osteoporosis.
You could, sure. You could have some breakage with it too. They may become deformed particularly if it's someone young. You're gonna start seeing bone deformities.
And collagen is like really important in your ligaments.
Yep. In your ligaments, but also it's necessary in your skin, right? Which means if you're protein deficient, you're more likely to suffer injury, right? Lots of simple cuts, things that could become infected. This would be important in a number of places. One, if you work with really low income families, for example, right? Who may, due to limited food funding, who may have to purchase products that don't have a whole lot of proteins, because anything that contains protein is always more expensive than the rest, right? So you may find that with some of those patients. Also, if you work overseas in any capacity, whether you donate some of your time, you do missionary work, you work with Doctors Without Borders, it's not unusual. You work with refugees, even if they come to this country. It is not at all unusual to run into some of these occasions, right? Simply due to dietary deficiencies. All right, your blood protein, antibodies, right? You need protein so that you have a stronger immune system. So not only would you be more prone, let's say, to cuts if you had insufficient protein intake, if that becomes infected, you also have fewer antibodies, right? So they're going to be able to fight off the infection. All right, you do, I know you guys get this. Have you made sure you at least looked up some of the basic enzymes so that you would be able to write those on a midterm exam? Since I told you this more than once. Make sure you know what digests what from that digestion chapter, okay? Both in the mouth and in the small intestine. And you know what the function of the small intestine and the large intestine are, right? I'm telling you now, these are gonna be on your midterm. All right. Protein is also part of hormones, of your hormone construction, which you need to regulate your body process. This is why there's always been this huge push since the days of early medicine on, once people got this full understanding of what's in your body, what's you can see under a microscope, what's in our food product, is that a deficiency in protein in particular can be devastating to your body. When you're lacking hormones, obviously, you have difficulty regulating your body processes. Now we have things that, if you have a hormone deficiency, they can overcome that. But earlier, that wasn't available to you, so you had to simply make a change in your diet. That's why it was so important for children when they're first starting to learn how to eat solid foods, and you can try to give them some variety, but most of what you want to do is make sure they are getting adequate intake of all the macros that they need. Do kids eat that way? Did you? How many of you just ate what was put in front of you regardless? Oh, okay. That's a pretty good number. How many of you didn't and got what you wanted? Right? All right. There's some of that because kids don't like to eat this stuff. Whether it's protein, which can, what was that?
Just making fun of this
So because they're heavier fats, maybe they don't like the taste of it. It's more grown-up food. If you don't season things well, they don't nearly taste as good as they could. That sort of thing. It's the same thing when you work with children, any of you that are interested in pediatric work, with getting them to eat green vegetables, right? That's a huge challenge to try to overcome. There are lots of ways to go through that, including using vegetable purees to bread chicken nuggets, which, believe it or not, you can't hardly tell if you use a broccoli. Proteins necessary for your acid-base balance, right? You could be dealing with acidosis or alkalosis when your proteins are incapable, or unable, I should say, not incapable, but unable to fulfill their buffer function, right? They're there to try and keep you guys in certain homeostasis to keep you at a neutral level. Let's see. There are some carriers in your body that require proteins to be able to transport certain substances throughout. What is a sufficient amount of protein?
For adults, in the book it says like 0.8 times your kilograms.
Okay. Or is that unisex, however? Okay. Why don't you guys figure that out right now? Repeat yourself, Sam.
Multiply 0.8 times the kilograms of weight.
So you have to convert pounds to kilograms of your weight. And you can just, yeah, you should be able to just Google a converter. What's that? And you multiply it times 0.8. Did you get it? How many of you guys on your laptop still have your weekly nutrient analysis? Pull it up and see how those two match up. Because you should be getting that per day times 7 days. I know it's a lot of math. Are there any big differences? What'd you come up with, Olivia?
I don't even need anywhere near that number. It's hard to read on here.
You don't eat anywhere near what you should?
I don't think so, but hold on a second. It's hard to read on here, so like, I'm just gonna pull it up on
Because you should.
I guess it's not too bad.
How close? How close?
I average 55.
A day.
And I get 63.
You eat 63. That's
So
good.
it's not horrible.
What'd you come up with, Sam?
I average 7 grams.
You got more than that. Okay. Well, I mean, that's okay. You know, long term it could be different, but that's, and if you're giving an average, probably has some days where you have more protein than others, right? Depends on what your needs are. It's a little simpler to calculate and maybe overdo it when you're younger. Your body will use that up for sure. When you deal with older patients, though, you need to really watch what they're eating, especially the ones, if you see edema, which you probably will, there are a number of reasons why you may see edema, right? Diabetes is one, but you might also see for sure that they're just eating like they had when they were younger and their body doesn't need it. It's another reason why folks, as they get older, tend to get a lot heavier, is they just haven't changed their dietary habits. And then you have the flip side of folks who just don't feel as hungry and then or don't want to cook or eat convenience foods, and so they're not eating well enough. All right, your protein is necessary for fluid balance in your body, right? These are all the fluids inside and outside of your cells. You guys, I'm sure, have heard this in your bio classes about intracellular fluid, extracellular. intravascular fluid in your blood is necessary for that, and your interstitial fluid, right? So a lack of protein also can lead you to dehydration. So of all of them, it's, yes, Americans overall eat too much protein, but I would say that pretty much the average student for sure is eating right around the right amount or maybe a little less, right? And that's okay. You definitely need this. Here's where the edema piece comes in, right? You may end up with this edema when you don't have enough protein. This is a buildup of the fluid between your cells because you've lost that fluid balance between the two, and so you'll start to see edema. I mean, and you can almost picture it if you've ever seen, and I've seen this quite a bit. When you see somebody's lower legs swell, right? Maybe the rest of their body isn't quite as swollen, but it's most noticeable in the legs, primarily gravity overall, right? It's not a compartment syndrome, but it's generally that their diet is insufficient. And it's certainly insufficient in proteins. You may find this a lot with people who are a little older. They could be, adult, but they're just not getting enough protein because they don't have enough money in their diets or money to purchase food, so their diet suffers. All right. Protein can become a source of energy and glucose. This is what we talked about with carbs, where you might carb load if you were going to go to a race, right? Because if your body has insufficient carbs, you'll then start leaching proteins to break them down for amino acids and convert them to glycogen. Carbs and fat will spare the proteins in your body. So they're easier to burn for energy. It takes a whole lot more work to basically start leaching and breaking down these proteins. But if necessary, it will. So let's say you go long term, you may deal with, let's say you deal with patients who are alcoholics or drug abusers, right? Either they are currently or they have been recently. You're going to find more often than not that they look like they've done a little bit of wasting over time. Well, their body has absolutely, by this point, not only burned through the carbs and fats, they're starting to leach these proteins to convert them for sheer energy. And it depends on the severity of their addiction as to how much wasting you might see, right? Same thing happens. You guys ever had a period where you've ever been really, really sick? If you've ever been really, really sick, you start seeing that the same thing happens to you over that period of time because you're likely just not to be eating very well at all because you're so miserable, right? Or you're throwing up food or whatever your reasonings are. This happened to me when I was in the hospital with sepsis. I mean, there's a certain point where your body has already burned through your stores, and then it starts resorting to leaching your proteins, right? Okay. Then your body is going to take those proteins and through the process of deamination, start removing amino groups, right? And the amino groups can be used for a lot of functions. They can be added throughout your body. Okay. In the stomach, proteins are denatured by hydrochloric acid. Remember, I was just telling you that when you use acids like the marinades and you cook at temperatures, you've already started the denaturization process. Denaturation. One of those. Right, so your body can more easily digest this. One of the reasons that we do it is that ordinarily eating strict meat product is a little harder for your body to digest. It's going to take a little bit longer. If you start the denaturing process, you should be okay. Pepsin starts the digestion. Pepsin is an enzyme. Okay? In the small intestine, proteases and your lining will break down these larger peptides into smaller peptides. So you go from large peptide, small peptide, amino. Okay? So it's going to continue to break this down because you will find that those aminos may have different uses. May not all be with proteins either, right? Undigested protein passes out through feces, right? You may not have like Sam, you had too much protein, you were saying, in your diet. What your body isn't able to digest is gonna go, right? And that's okay because you got enough of it, you don't have to worry about it, right? But if you have any issues in your digestive system, you are obviously going to have problems with absorbing the proteins as it is. So they may not be digested, but may be needed to be digested, right? Celiac disease is an example of when your intestinal tract will not allow for proper absorption, right? And can also be one of the ailments that you list for your group's special diet. There's lots of them out there. All right. Aminos and peptide absorption. So the aminos travel through your portal veins to the liver before they're introduced into general circulation. If you guys have never in real life seen how fast something can actually go through your portal vein to your liver, it's extraordinary to see. I had no idea actually how, because you guys have seen some simulations of your circulatory systems, yes? Have any of you had an opportunity to see the Hermitage table that's over in Francis? Have you guys seen simulations on it? Okay. We were just running some, because this Saturday, I'm a little off because my whole week's off, because Saturday I had to be here for the re-grand opening of Francis Hall. And so we had in the board of trustees, donors, that kind of thing, glad handing sort of thing. And I was taking some folks on tours, and it was very cool to pull the heart up, because you could pull not only any of the electrical impulses, but you could also pull up any of the circulation within the heart, right? So that's the kind of stuff you don't learn on cadaver. But your portal vein, it's fascinating because it's one of the larger veins in your body. Right off your liver, when I had sepsis, they had to install a drain, a catheter drain right through my chest, right over the sternum, and then down. It pierced and went all the way through the portal vein and then pierced the liver. And so it took about 3 times as long as normal to heal because the liver and the portal vein took a real long time to heal up. And so I had to go in twice for this procedure where they actually injected dye into it, and I could watch the whole thing on the screen. And I mean, it was there. It was already in my liver, this dye, in no time. It was extraordinary to see this whole thing go. That's the kind of real life stuff you don't get in the simulation. All right, God, these allergies are killing me. I made the mistake of after the thing here at Francis, I was like, oh, I'll make food for next week, and then I'll go out and trim and mow the lawn. And the lawn mower has this collection bag on it, but I decided I always do the trim first and then blow it into the lawn so that hopefully it'll all get collected when I go through. And I didn't wear a mask when I was doing the trim, so I had all this, the allergies got right up in the old face. So I've had a weekend of that shit. As amino acids are assembled in a specific sequence, right? Your body will draw on the amino acid pool as necessary. If you are missing an amino acid that's necessary, right? You can occasionally make the amino acid, or you'll have to pull it from the liver, right? If you were to have an indispensable, if, however, when you were drawing on this amino acid pool, if you had an indispensable one missing, right? Let's say, and particularly if you simply don't have a large enough protein intake, your body may have to break down its own proteins, right? Your stored proteins to supply this additional missing amino, right? And then if it's unavailable completely, protein synthesis will halt. And then whatever incomplete protein, this partially completed protein, will be broken down and used wherever else it can be in your body. So that's another reason why adequate protein intake is necessary, right? Because otherwise protein synthesis just stops. You may have it, it's insufficient, your body will just use it elsewhere, right? body is pretty smart about using what it can. I'm always fascinated how we went from people that just took corpses like more than a century ago to start dissecting, to start learning about the body, and then we can actually get to this point when discussing our own bodies, which is kind of pretty fascinating. Okay, protein turnover and your pool, right? When you have the available aminos, protein synthesis of course occurs. It can produce energy and glucose. If, however, it's insufficient, your body will break down its own proteins for energy, right? And convert them to glycogen. In your body, you'll also find a recycling bin, right? It's going to keep recycling what proteins haven't been used and expended to the best of its ability. Aminos are precursors of RNA, DNA, and coenzymes. You can use them for neurotransmitters, right? So you're sending nerve signals throughout your body. There are a number of things that can affect your neurotransmitters. That's one of them. Also, if you have insufficient sodium, potassium, things like that, right? You're missing necessary electrolytes that can also throw off any of your neurotransmitters, right? Protein and nitrogen excretion. When you break down amino acids, it's going to remove a nitrogen amino group, right? And then it's going to be converted to urea for excretion. Which long-term could be a problem. If you're in balance when it comes to your nitrogen, obviously your intake equals your output, right? If you have a deficiency, your intake is less than your output. Most healthy adults are in balance. And a positive nitrogen intake, right, where you have a little more than your output, which is fine, but it can impact your recovery from illness positively. Negative nitrogen imbalance, on the other hand, can cause you to take longer to overcome illness, take longer to overcome injury. Your body's just not going to repair itself as well, right? Here is a photo of the differences in nitrogen balance, right? He is in equilibrium, right? This is a depiction of a healthy adult, right? Nitrogen intake equals output. The pregnant mother has a positive balance to this. She's taking in more nitrogen than she's putting out, right? Because why would she take in more? She has something growing inside of her, right? Plus her own body is going to need more of that, right? It's taking a strain on this. This is somebody, on the other hand, who's losing protein because of their nitrogen is out of balance. All right, there's the 8.8 grams per kilogram of body weight. Did any of you have a surprise? What were some of your grams of protein that you needed in a day?
Almost 63.
63. What did you have, Andrew? 65? What did you have, Sid?
Most protein I had in a day,
No, that you, according to this, that you should have.
let's see,
58, okay. Right, so everybody has a different bed. Obviously, it's not that big a deal if you deviate somewhat from it, but you don't want to really have a huge excess of protein, which is a harder thing to do, honestly. I mean, unless you're at a barbecue where it's all you can eat and it's all protein, you should probably be okay for the day, right? Any kind of a physical stress can increase your body's need for proteins, right? Any kind of illness, obviously infections, burns, fevers, surgery, you've got to be able to take care of that lost protein. This is kind of what I was telling you with my own experience of being hospitalized, is that your body is going to use these proteins if you don't replace them. And And if you ever had traditional hospital food, it's so horrible you just don't want to eat it unless you're starving, right? Which I still don't understand why we feed people this way when they go to the hospital. Yes, it has the adequate intake that you need, but it just tastes awful, right? Okay. Americans are usually within the range of 10 to 35% of their calories from protein, which is good. I mean, that's great. It's laudable. We certainly have some excess in the country, and we certainly have some folks that fall below that when it starts getting dangerous. All right. If you're eating complete proteins, and you may have actually seen some of this before, that you've got, like you're getting a protein supplement, they talk about complete proteins, will supply all the indispensable amino acids to your body. Does your body make the indispensable amino acids? No, that's why they're indispensable. You need them. But you can get them from animal protein and you can get them from soy. So that's why you see a lot of soy supplementation if you are on a meatless diet, let's say, right? You see a lot of soy proteins when you see vegetarian like burgers. A lot of that is soy protein. So, and it will give you that same sort of complete protein outtake. Incomplete and complementary proteins. You may be low in one or more of the indispensable aminos, and you can get that from a variety of plant proteins, right? But you will see some wasting if plant proteins are the only proteins that you have. And that is all for Monday. We will pick this up. We might do the macro thing Wednesday, like a midweek break. Or we could do it Friday, just, what do you think? You want to get done with the chapter Wednesday and just do it Friday? Because then it's kind of an easier class, right? You still have to come to class. All right, see you later. You too. Thank you. Oh, let's clap you first. Yeah. Only when we don't. Only when we don't eat. You don't have to respond. You have to write it out.
Yeah, I think I didn't do it.
Okay. I can't tell you off the top of my head.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it's just when we're not.
Okay. Yes, it's all the weeks that you guys aren't in class.
Okay.
Mostly so I know what's going on, and the other. My God, they were here so long.
Does anybody else need a paper for Dr. Watson?
Yay, it looks like everybody's here. What's happening this morning? How's everybody? Good, are you guys excited? Break is only a couple days away.
Yeah,
Thank God, right? I feel the same way. Okay, whose hot topic is? Yay! Get it. Go ahead, Abby.
So I think it's a little more local than all of the
Cool.
but there's been a strike at Mercy Hospital in Buffalo.
I said that when I saw just a little bit of it on the news last night.
Yeah, it's their sixth day. It's 2,200 employees. They're fighting for increased pay and to kind of like fix the staffing crisis, which like I completely understand. I worked at a nursing home all summer that was understaffed, and so it's definitely an issue that needs to be addressed. But it's like putting a lot of strain on the nurses. I'm sure they lost people due to nurses not wanting to get vaccinated. And now like it's been 6 days with like less staff because all of these nurses are striking.
Poor pay.
And Mercy closed down their maternity ward and they're diverting all their ambulances. So it's putting more strain on like the surrounding hospitals who are seeing more patients and like so the ERs at the other hospitals have like an increased wait time for patients. And then it's like less staffing is gonna lower the standard of care for patients in general. Relates to nutrition. I know where I work, nurses help a lot with like meal times and eating and like lower.
Absolutely.
Like longer to food get the patients. It takes longer to food maybe full like
Less patient education, especially if they've got dietary changes that they've got to make, absolutely. That's wonderful. What else is going on? Local is good too. I like local.
What he said about like being short staffed, that they won't be getting like their medications like at the same time every day. It was like super varied because I would get it over the summer. And like some days they would get it like around their lunchtime, and then sometimes they're getting lunch at like closer to like 2, and then like waiting to get their medications.
That would even be waiting if you needed an insulin shot before you ate, right?
Because there were also people that needed like kind of, and they were just sitting there waiting, not eating.
And that's not to mention the difficult patients, right? Like patients that are have dementia or pre-Alzheimer's. In my undergraduate, I was in a nursing program, and so I did clinicals for some of those. And you can get some pretty combative folks out there. Okay, put this on here. It's not really a hot topic.
And that also like leads to people that aren't like certified to do things like age and stuff.
Well, and misadministration, right? It's easy to make a mistake when you're kind of overwhelmed.
And like you're asked to like do things that you're not really like certified or like are under like your job description when you're short staffed.
That's part of the problem actually with OJH too is pay. Because when you go to be a stalker at Walmart overnight or work at Tim Hortons and make more than you would at the hospital, what choice do you make? Right? If that's your kind of regular gig. And for you guys, it'd be one thing because it gives you experience in early in the field at higher levels than a lot of these other folks. But yeah, it's a huge, huge issue. I saw something today. Did any of you guys get the Buffalo News? All right. We do for free, or else I probably would never read it. But, okay, that's done. I don't know what it is. Let me pull the story back up. ICU capacity is there's the fewest ICU beds available right now, even when compared to the height of the pandemic in Western New York. Would you think that's due to COVID? Everybody? Yep. It's actually not, believe it or not. Reason the ICU beds, and this is speculation on their part really, is ICUs are being filled up with patients that normally would have been in ICU. And so some of the assumption, however, is it's still, even in a full ICU unit outside of times when there's widespread flu, let's say, right? You generally don't have a full ICU. So right now, they're down to like 15% of the ICU beds available. But even in large hospitals, they might only have maybe four COVID patients because this is a heavily vaccinated state. Most of it is, and the best speculation from some of the doctors, are folks that either kept putting off their own medical conditions, right? Or, and so the byproduct of that is they got sicker, they end up in an ICU. Now, because we went to where we were not even doing elective surgeries for a while. So, that can add up considerably. Because I can tell you the year that I had sepsis, which was in October of that year, 2019, it took 8 hours until I could actually end up in a bed because there was a huge flu outbreak. And they were actually trying to ship people out of state because they just didn't have any open beds. I was able to be in state because I needed a very particular step down unit from an ICU. Yeah, but the flu can go up. But right now, right now, flu is almost, it's as if it doesn't exist. For some reason, again, this year, so far. COVID, of course, we've got COVID cases going on, and there are the other respiratory diseases, right? Respiratory viruses. But flu itself is not as big a deal. Rhinoviruses right now. Oh, okay. All right. That's good with that. Okay, let's talk about the next couple of days. Okay, so hold on, I got notes in here. Those of you who have me as your advisor, and there are a number of you in class, I'm going to do what I did last semester, which I'll send you guys an email that'll have an attached spreadsheet, right, through OneDrive where you can sign yourself up. Do you remember doing that last time? Okay. So I can see the edits, so please don't delete somebody. There'll be more availability because I have a whole lot more of you guys now. So there should be plenty to work around. There should be plenty for you guys to work around. So that's what you're going to get. I'm not going to use a list. I'm not doing that kind of thing. And then I'll do what I did last year is check it, a couple times a day. And as you sign up, I'll send you a calendar invitation. So it goes onto my calendar. It also goes onto yours. Okay. It's easier for me to keep that balance that way. Not one for pen and paper. Okie doke. And then you have, let's see, Friday. We'll get through this today. Friday, you guys will do a class assignment on Friday, which I already told you about with the 2 recipes. And I'll just split you up by table, so it'll be important that you put your names on it, and then split the room in half. There's 2 different recipes. One of them is breakfast, and the other one's kind of a dinner lunch sort of thing. And you'll be figuring that out. We'll finish these up today. You have that on Friday. You have to be here, or else you don't receive the points. Except for in Jake's case, he's got swim, so he's accepted from it. And then when you get back from break, you have your midterm. And as a reminder, besides your quizzes, and you may have time the occasional question that was not on your quizzes. I'm not going to make it so easy you all get 100. Oh, I wrote this in the email since you guys are ready. You need to know the macronutrients and the enzymes that break them down. For one other question, which means I do not care if you write the macronutrient with like a hyphen and then just give me before the enzymes. Okay. So you'll need to kind of commit that to memory. You also need to know the difference in the functions between your small and large intestine in some detail. Not give me basic stuff. Like this one absorbs, this one shoots it out your rear. Right? That's not enough. So you need those 2. You already have 2 giveaway questions. One of them is worth 10 points, which is 10% of your exam. So you're already off to a start. You have questions about that? Okay. One other thing, you will bring your laptops. We will do it in class. I'll walk up the aisle, but if you open another tab without talking to me first, which you should not have to unless you're looking to try and find an answer, you will get a 0. Okay? That way I don't have to worry about it. Following around the sheet. Your exams, your quizzes will be open until 11:30 that morning. It's quiz 5. Just those 5. Because quiz 6 is due on the 11th, so it's up to quiz 5. Because I went back and looked at it the other day to just make sure I didn't have any wrong chapters in there. Laura. Mhm. Yep, when you're done, you can go. But if you are, you may be hard pressed unless you've got a pretty good memory, because you're going to have to write out those 2 narrative answers. And they're going to send you a call to do correct. Okay, for the full credit, and they're both worth much more credit than the other answers. Okay, all the answers are 3 points except for the short answers that I put in there. You got 1 question, which we talked about in class a couple of times just for fun. It's worth 10 points. If you miss that, you're in trouble, because that should be an easy one. And the extra credit should also be easy. Any other questions about that? Good, wonderful. Let's finish this stuff up. I cannot tell you how much I'm looking forward to having those 4 days. Since we didn't have one last year, I can feel it right now. Like I need to do this.
Such a big difference, because even in the spring semester, they gave us those like,
Oh, 1 day here, 1 day there kind of thing.
but it was like not helpful at all, because like science things, like we still have our labs, so we didn't really even have off on any of the days. I had off 1 day as all the health days, and like,
Well, it really was 1 day anyway.
Nothing.
You got it in the middle of the week, you still got work to do, maybe you don't have to go to class. But
it'd be like 1 class that it'd be off.
wasn't hardly any break for any of us either, so.
Yeah.
You know, maybe a catch-up thing, but it's, especially because they were during the week, so it wasn't even tacked onto a weekend.
Yeah, except for when they did it for Easter,
Yes, we'll at
because
least,
they had to.
yeah, we'll at least do this one too, right? Okay. So we were talking about proteins the other day and how they break down amino acids. What's a protein enzyme? Okay, pepsin, right? These are the things you're going to need to know, and I think total there's like 11. Go, Laura. Tell me what does. Good. All right, so that's the start. Okay, so what we discussed the other day was that once your proteins are starting to be broken down, they break down into what? Amino acids, right? They break down into amino acids for a variety of other functions. They may join with other amino groups, and they're all going to have a very specific function as to what they do with it. If you do not receive enough of the correct necessary amino acids in your diet, what is your body? Where's your body going to find it? Sam. Correct. What's an essential protein? Or essentially amino acids.
It's one that you have to get in your diet, your body can synthesize it itself.
Correct. Good. All right. Complementary protein. You can have 2 incomplete proteins, right? You receive from your diet that can be merged together for a complete protein as you need it. What is denaturation?
The, like, how they're made, like they unwind, they don't function normally.
They do unwind. How?
Like.
Yes. Heat, acids, that kind of thing. That starts the process, right? So it is quite possible, as we were discussing, no matter what your food label tells you that there are the grams of protein that you should have, your completed product may not have that. Because when you denature those proteins, you may not have the protein left. at all, right? Because you're cooking things out of your foods anyway, including like fats, proteins, that sort of thing, okay? If you have two incomplete proteins, the beauty of it is one of them may make up for the other amino missing in the other protein, right? Not all proteins are going to necessarily be the same, particularly if they are incomplete. So in this case, you would at least have all of your essential aminos. Your body does make your non-essential, but the essentials you can't go without. Because at a certain point, if you've got, say, a low protein diet, what is a low protein diet? What is that going to do? Andrew? Going to be wasting because your body's going to have to use the proteins that already exist, right? If you aren't receiving that in your diet. What if you get too much protein? Plus, you're going to swell, right? You'll see it noticeably and appreciably in arms, legs, mostly to begin with, and it will look like swelling. It won't look like gaining weight. Okay.
It'll look like inflamed, not like weak.
Yeah, it's not gonna look like weight. I mean, it'll look swollen,
So how
right?
about like, for example, someone gets bigger, people that like gradually swell?
It should. Normally, by the time you're going to actually see someone, it's going to be a little more pronounced, right? It's not something that you're going to, if you have a patient, it's not going to be your first guess. They may have swelling for a variety of different reasons. If it's limited swelling, it's when it becomes appreciably more noticeable, and they'll present that, right? They're just consideration. This is why some of what we don't do when we talk to patients when they first come in to see us is we don't talk enough about their diet, right? We also don't talk enough about their sleep. Because sleep is connected with obesity as well, right? Insufficient sleep. All right. Yes, now? All right. So here are, and you guys are gonna, what's interesting about this is, hold on, get out of this to blow this thing. Oh, the phone. This is what's fascinating about history, especially food history. If you look at these combinations of food, here are some examples of complementary food that will provide a complete protein if you eat them together, right? So you can see beans and tortillas, right? Like if you're having Mexican food. Rice and lentils is not an unusual combination. There's a lot of protein in lentils, right? And there's some in rice that they'll at least have the aminos that you need. Rice and black-eyed peas, also not an unusual thing to see. Pea soup, which is bread or crackers, right? Like a split pea. Hummus with a sesame paste, right? Things that are not uncommon. Pasta with beans. You know, like a pasta with white beans is a perfect combination. Even with one kind of a lemon and olive oil sort of. You're looking like that just sounds awful.
Yeah.
I think it sounds.
And I like beans and pasta, like together.
Oh, I like them together.
Because I always when you associate beans with like authentic Mexican. At least I do. But that's the only time I eat beans. So like I don't like that sounds gross. I mean I feel like that sounds good.
It does. It is good. Yeah, especially
Like, what
nice
kind of beans?
white beans like a cannellini bean. Peanut butter on bread. Anyone ever eaten that?
Like everything.
Right? All the time. I had some yesterday, right? I had some peanut butter on whole grain cracker soup, which was with a little drizzle on it. Good stuff, right? A little bit of sugar, so I can't hold that.
And honey's not that bad with sugar.
No,
Like,
that's why.
When I have like pancakes, I don't use syrup, I just use honey because it's like less sugar.
Mhm. So you can see that like some of these combinations you can see are parts of diets from around the world, right? This is simply a way to get all the protein that you need to have a complement. And what else do you notice about these protein complements?
Like repetitive.
Well, they're repetitive. That's good. What else do you see that isn't there, Andrew?
like some sort of like carb source and then like.
Right, a very specific types of combination. But what's missing here? Your what?
Plant-based, like no meat at all.
Oh, yes, that's where I was headed was. You don't see any meat there whatsoever. Right? So this is important when you guys are looking at folks who maybe have a vegan diet. And often when you're dealing with vegan diets, folks are not getting enough proteins, mostly because they're getting incomplete proteins, often from a lot of plant sources. So being able to have a combination of foods will allow them to get that same complete protein that you would get if you were eating meat sources, right? So that's, I mean, if you're going to have, if you're going to transition to a vegetarian diet, it's important to do a little background work on it, or if you have patients that are doing that, right? Not a bad idea. This is why I don't know why we don't talk more about diets when we have people in, you know, to see that the doctor is always, what's wrong with you today, you know?
I feel like I'm always asking about my diet.
Do you?
Yeah,
I've never asked about it.
well, maybe that's.
Oh, I will take that back. I was when I was doing the special on purpose just to see what kind of fiber sources I had. Right? But that was a very, very specific reason.
But do they only focus on it if they're like, like stomach bugs?
Mhm,
That's like kind of what I feel like that's why.
Mhm.
But like other things, they don't really talk about it, but like it does affect so many other problems.
Right. So, and instead of making sure that you're getting a complete diet, it's sort of like if you take your car in for a tune-up or to be checked out, you want to make sure they're checking everything. Go ahead.
Like going off to like talk about how people don't stress diet and like sleep enough. There's like one or two podcasts I listened to, like a few months into like the pandemic, like people who were in health and everything, they were like kind of appalled how there was more of a push for like all the stuff like distancing and like make sure people aren't together in groups rather than kind of focusing on like, you know, getting like vitamin C, vitamin D, like you like trying to change your like your diet, trying to get more sleep so you go like this more natural immunity. And it was just like there's this kind of talk about like kind of playing on how like today you know like for quick fixes, like quick solutions with things like taking our diet or our sleep patterns into our own like responsibility.
Yeah, no, I agree. So what happens when you're asleep? What body processes happen when you're asleep? Well, digestion, right? Which means absorption in this case. So you're going to absorb the nutrients. So if you're getting inadequate sleep, you are more likely to have not properly absorbed the nutrients that were in your diet, and they're going to be excreted. So that's another reason you start seeing these things. Some, like fats, tend to stick around, but you may well lose any carbs that you need and any of the essential proteins in those cases. All right. So then you've got to consider the quality of the protein that you receive, right? And whether it's digestible, right? If your protein is going to provide you with enough amino acids. If you're eating mostly meat sources, you probably are, depending on the amount, right? And again, using those complementary foods, if you're on a vegetarian diet, it's important that you at least have those complements, even for a meatless Monday. It's a consideration, right? The food obviously should be easy to digest. I was thinking about this after we were all talking about DNA rays the other day. Is a lot of the things that we do with meat product anyway, that we just kind of take for granted that this is just the way you prepare it, right? Maybe you use a marinade on something, or that you season them, or it's the way that we store things, of course, but it's also the way meats are cut. It's also tenderizing. All of that is to make this easier to digest, right? If you're cutting like against the grain, you're going to have a tougher piece. A lot of meats end up tenderized in the process to also make sure that it's more digestible. So, I mean, there are certain cuts of meat, my God, you can barely even eat. Imagine your body still trying to be able to digest something that's that difficult for you to even eat because it hasn't begun the process of being broken down in your mouth because it's not as digestible. All right. Proteins and amino acids as supplements. How many of you drink protein shakes? Right on, right? So you've got a supplement from there. How about amino acids? Okay, right? So in some ways, it's fine to use as an additive. Doesn't mean necessarily that you always are getting every essential amino that you need, but it's another way to get to it, right? Some of these additives can be added to foods, right? You may find added proteins to different foods. And you'll most likely find some of that, especially some of those cheaper, like, rice containers, to try and make them a more complete food, to be able to be sold more at more locations, right? Especially locations like a dollar store, where they're not going to have a wide variety of any other food. And in a lot of rural, small towny areas, you're going to find that they're populated with more of the dollar store sort of thing than an actual full service supermarket. Or what supermarkets they might have are awfully expensive and out of reach for some lower income patients. You will have a lot of lower income patients. Where do you think, what kind of insurance do you think the majority of your patients might have in the United States? You're gonna have a lot of that, and you'll have some likely dual eligible, especially if you work in PTOT, because you may go to facilities work with folks, right? So the thing you consider about that is a lot of older folks that are on Medicare live on fixed income. So these things are important to them, and they live in all kinds of places around the country. And then the folks on Medicaid are also on pretty limited resources, right? So they're all things to consider. When you get out into practice, you might even make a habit of asking people about their diet. Doesn't have to be a super heavy meal, but kind of get a feel for what they're eating on a regular basis and whether or not they're actually eating enough for themselves. All right, and you can use these supplements, of course, if you're an athlete or you've got dieters or certain diseases. If you have a patient, I will use myself, who has a lingering hospital stay and is severely ill. Like when I had sepsis, the one thing that I had to do was eat as much protein as I possibly could, right? Because I had just done so much wasting in a matter of a few weeks that I had to be able to replace that. It was not something where I could just go back to a regular diet. Those were actually instructions for me when I was discharged. Okay. Anybody a vegetarian? Okay. Or is it that a kind of or yes? Okay. Any of you guys do meatless Mondays or do anything like that?
Kind of like not. The only times I really eat is like if I'm
okay. What about the rest of you guys? Is there anything meat wise that you eliminate from your diet? Lauren? Okay. Or, okay. Maybe you're up. Nobody else? Okay. So if you want to share, you certainly can. Why did you make that? Okay. That's a great reason. That's a perfect reason. Jay?
I was like flexitarian for like a second. And I did that because I read somewhere that like with training and stuff, like your body will recover a lot faster when you are like a vegetarian. But the problem was that I wasn't getting enough protein. I wasn't like eating enough. And like I was eating a lot of vegetables and stuff and it would fill me up. But then like I was always moving and I wouldn't have enough time to like, eat something else. So I was just like, I just felt very like depleted and I was like, I don't understand this, like, it's too much. But at least that was my experience.
No, yeah, that's great.
well, I was vegetarian like freshman year, but I like kind of like different. But I like didn't eat enough and like lost weight when I was like already not at like a good, I was already like kind of underweight. And so I had to stop that. And then like last year I went vegan because like a lot of stuff makes me sick. So I thought that like that would help. And like it didn't really change anything. So now I'm kind of just like still have the same habits from when I was vegan. Like I still
Did you include beans in your diet too?
yeah.
Yeah.
And I would have like tofu.
Okay.
And I hated it. But
You have to make it the right way. I do have a cookbook in the kitchen.
I've made it so many different ways and I never liked it.
You have to do it right. You got to get the water squeezed out correctly.
Yeah.
Marinate it, and it's not awful. And then you need to eat it differently. I like when I made it, I didn't eat it by itself. I would like put it in a salad, and then it was okay.
Yeah, I made tofu like curry and I always used to do the tofu. Like I hated it.
Okay.
I made a bunch of different
It's interesting what the reasons are. I honestly, when I stopped eating red meat, yeah, it was fat, and I worked in restaurants a long time, and honestly, I hated the smell of it when it was cooking, and so I just kind of stopped, you know. And I haven't eaten red meat in about 30 years. So yeah.
You ever think like eating like health or like medicine would be like another like red meat? Like if you're someone that's like trying to cut out like red meat, like it makes you sick, like maybe like
Oh my
that's more how it's
Well, you know what? You guys said laptops. So, what's the amount of protein and fat in what we were saying?
well venison, I mean it's probably
Venison. I'm sure you can probably find that information. Bison. Has ever had bison? Oh, bison house tastes fantastic.
I just like will never
But there's so few of my I mean, Andrew.
yeah, so it says 3 ounces of cooked venison is 96 calories, 3 grams of fat, 18 grams of protein.
That's pretty significant. I think a burger is like 23 kilograms, but more fat.
My family is like my dad's side of the family. I was raised on hunting. So we get the same venison every like October, November, and like when I eat that compared to like eating like steak or like a burger, I feel way better when I eat like venison and just like.
Well, I have to tell you, because when I was young, my dad used to have venison, and I don't know if it's just the way it was prepared, but I just couldn't bring myself to eat it because it always tasted terrible.
when I was vegan, my dad like made this dish and he was like, it's vegan meat. So I ate it. And after I finished, he told me it was better.
Well, that's not fair. Do you guys eat any like plant substitutes that are meat-like? Right, like Beyond Meat, if possible. Morningstar, right? I think Beyond Meat has chicken nuggets out now too.
The Morningstar vegetizer nuggets, they're so good.
Well, interestingly, another reason, and I guess I can claim this reason that I stopped with like red meat is the amount of methane produced when you're looking at cows in particular. Well, you want to have a planet still around. I'll be dead soon enough, so it really won't matter. Yeah. Any of you guys had nutritional yeast? It is good, yeah. Surprisingly, like it sounds like, oh my God, I'm eating yeast, but it is really good, especially on popcorn. But you know, a number of people will become vegetarians mostly due to animal cruelty. In a lot of cases, I think you guys have probably seen those awful videos of like chicken farms in particular, or what's happened with cows. I mean, the kind that you have to avert your eyes because they're just so awful and seem so cruel. Makes sense, you know. Sometimes it's religious, and even within religions, sometimes it's just different times of the year, like Laura's example of during Lent, right? So you make dietary changes during that time. It's interesting, some people, when they give things up for Lent, actually stick with it later, right? You go to start cutting sugar. Let's say you went to cut sugar out for Lent. Once you get through that period, your body's already done the sugar withdrawal. So at that point, you should be okay, right, Laura? Absolutely, absolutely. Or give up candy. Oh yeah, I'll have candy in my office too. We do advising because they have all the Halloween stuff, and I've got too many bags, and I'm gonna just start bringing them all in because I can't. I'll eat them all. All right, so basic vegetarian diets, and there are differences. So even if you qualified yourself as a vegetarian, right? If you're vegan, you have nothing that's an animal product whatsoever, right? Nothing that emanates from an animal. But a vegetarian, on the other hand, can have dairy products, eggs, chicken, and fish, right? So if this is the case, I'm a vegetarian. I have dairy products, eggs, chicken, and fish in my diet.
Wait, chicken?
Yeah, animal foods excluded. Foods excluded are red meats. By the strictest definition of a vegetarian.
What does turkey fall into?
I would include turkey here in a poultry product because I'm surprised they don't have it in here, but if they're going to go with chicken, I would say probably here's the biggest difference is if you're going for a red meat, it's definitely not that. So I would probably include it with chicken. It's just like chicken. If it's the breast from turkey, it's going to be leaner than if you get thighs or legs or Well, you know, that's interesting because in that case, why would people avoid dark meat on chicken or turkey? It's fattier, right? It's got a lot. It's great. It's moisture. It tastes great in a dish, but it is way fattier than if you were eating the breast, right? From either one. And that may likely be why you see red meats over here because these are fattier meats overall than the products that are here. Pesca vegetarian. That's dairy, eggs, and fish, right? It's extraordinary because you're actually using products from these same animals. It's just you're not eating the meat from it, right? Lacto-vegetarian only includes dairy products. Everything else is gone. Ovo will allow you to have eggs, but everything else is gone. And raw vegan, no cooked foods. I could never do that to save my life. I am not a raw vegetable fan.
Why is that even a thing?
Well, you know, actually you do lose nutrients during the cooking process. So unless you steam it, about everything else, you're gonna lose it, nutrients in the cooking process.
I did my discussion on that, and basically the reason people do it is because they think food is toxic, or they think that like we denature all the enzymes in the food, and they think like we need that enzyme. So that's why they only do
That is true. You do denature them, and you can cook it. One of the few ways it's going to be toxic is from the cooking pan itself. Well, yes, absolutely. That's why you'll see them eating the whole raw product, right? Especially if you're on a kind of a veganish diet anyway. You're already missing some vitamins, nutrients, and that sort of thing. And if you continue to cook them off, you know, that's sort of a problem. But yeah, so any of us that don't eat red meat are all vegetarians, which is wild. Because if you told someone you were a vegetarian, they're immediately going to think, what? You know, yeah, you don't eat any kind of meat, right?
That's
Yeah.
what I always thought.
I always did too. And,
Like, literally from just now.
and the only other difference was for a vegan, I knew that then you couldn't have eggs or like dairy products either, right? But that was, I thought, the only difference between the two. But, you know, you live and you learn. All right, well, obvious health benefits for vegetarian diets, or as Jake was talking about, a flexitarian, where you can do both, right? Did you do yours for periods at a time, or did you say like 70 days a week? I just like kind of like joking
do it once. Like, I was like, you know what, I'm going
For
home.
1 day or for what?
No, like, just like, one day I was like, I'm gonna like start doing like this, like vegetarian, flexitarian. And I did it for like 2 months. And then,
So you did vegetarian the whole time, or what did you do?
well, I call it flexitarian
Right,
because like,
that's the thing. Yep.
yeah, like I would, if I went out, I would choose something that was just like pure like vegetarian. But I was staying with like my friend down in Charlotte, and if her family made something with chicken in it, I wasn't gonna be like annoying about it. I would have to eat it. And yeah, and like at times I would just want like a Wendy's Baconator or something. I would get that.
More, but you can still have rice. All right, some obvious benefits of vegetarian diet. Less fat, less saturated fat in particular. That's where you're starting to see like the red meat and the pork, which are gonna have a lot more saturated fat. Get eliminated from the diet. More antioxidants, more fiber for sure, because you're gonna have more vegetables, right? While I'm thinking about it, we're talking about vegetarian. Look at how many calories in broccoli. Right, how many are in green beans? Olivia Moon, how many calories are in peas? Haley Strain, how many calories are in cannellini beans? For what size serve?
1 cup.
Okay.
One cup is 70
Wow. Yours, the peas were the highest calorie. The only reason I had you guys do that is now consider that, right? That limited amount of calories versus when you need to either have a diet that's 2,000 calories or 2,500 calories. Trying to make that up with all vegetables. It's a huge challenge, right? Why most people fall out of those diets pretty quickly. Because even the cannellini beans, which is a good substitute, is only 70 calories. So those are some real choices to make. All right, fiber, of course, can reduce your chance of obesity, hypertension, heart disease, and cancer. However, there are a number of risks with it too. We just talked about there are some nutrients that simply aren't in a vegetarian diet. Some cooked up, for sure, right? So you're going to see less calcium, iron, zinc, vitamin D, vitamin B12, which you need the intrinsic factor for that, and your omega-3. But if you are vegetarian and you're going to have fish product, you can make up your omegas by consuming salmon, right? But if you're fully vegan, then you're going to at least be able to supplement to that, right? So it's important when you get to know your patients. You guys, particularly any of you that become PAs or nurses, I will tell you, you will see a lot of the same patients. If you're a PA, you want to hope to see the same patients. And if you're a nurse, you're going to see them. And these are times to know what's changed, right? It's not just about asking them about their diet, but what have they changed? You've got somebody who said, hey, I just decided that I wanted to go see vegetarian. Well, it would be interesting enough to know what they're eating. Are they getting enough? Are they supplementing, right? So you can maintain a healthier patient. Our goal here as healthcare providers is not to keep seeing patients because they're not well, right? You want to maybe not see them for a while except for a checkup, which would be a perfect world. Oh, we'll skip that one. Okay. The best part of it all. Too much or too little, which we talked about. Kwashiorkor is where you get the edema. You are going to see that with a lot of extreme poverty throughout the world. Let me pull up a photo for you of what you might see around the world. This is where you see the big bellied pictures, right? And children. These are our children with protein deficient diets, right? Excess dietary proteins like in kwashiorkor, few of the effects they can have, it'll increase your kidney filtration rate, which strains the function of your kidneys, right? So you can actually have your kidneys over time go bad. It's another reason you don't want to have too much sugar in your system or too much salt or that kind of thing. All of that is really hard on your kidney function, right? You're obviously going to have mineral losses. You get calcium as well in any high protein diets. All right, excess dietary protein obviously will lead to obesity because excess anything can lead you in that direction because it'll end up being stored as fat or used later as glycogen, right? And what accompanies this, the protein itself doesn't make you fat, but often most of our proteins have fats with them. That's where you end up with this increased saturated fat. And any increased obesity or a high-fat diet can absolutely increase your risk of cancer. And that's the extent of proteins. Friday, you will, for those of you that for the others. Janu's here, Olivia, Marley, Mr. Ruffalo, Haley. Haley, Kels, okay, Olivia, Danielle, Melissa, and Allie. Okay, what's shaking this morning? How's everybody?
I have it, hold on.
Oh, all right, well, okay, when you're ready, it's fine. So you guys see that your midterms are all graded. You guys did what? Just fine. I know some of you ran out of time. To be expected, but we had some very high scores as well. So good for you. As is the usual structure of one of my classes, you know, that might have seemed hard to you, but the rest of the class is pretty much a cakewalk, unless you don't do the right work for your final. We're going to start talking about that more with the presentations. You have an article review due on Monday. Okay. You were going to have one due the following Monday as well. I moved that for now to November 15th. Mostly because I'm in the middle of advising and my calendar is packed, and so I'll have to grade every night, and I don't feel like doing that for 2 weeks straight. If we're making forward momentum, because we will probably use a class where I want you to physically get in your groups and I want to know what's going on with your cook-off plans, including your paper. If we're making real forward momentum, I will cut that out. Consider the deal-making process, right? Those of you that have had me know that I will wheel and deal if you're doing the right thing for the final. Go ahead, Libby.
Is the article review like our discussion board thing, kind of?
No, it should be a regular 2-pager.
No, I'm saying like, is that in replace of our discussion?
Well, kind of, sort of. Like the prior year, they had both.
Okay.
And so I just took those forums out.
Okay.
And then, but if everybody's moving on their final project so that it's not this last minute scramble where my heart rate just skyrockets, then I'll cut the other one out. Okay? Save you a little bit of trouble. All right. What's going on, Mary?
So obviously, if anyone's noticed, like gas prices have been raising. So I kind of looked into that a little bit, and they are the highest that they've been in 7 years. And since January, they've gone up 40%. And then I looked and saw that, like, so obviously, like, a lot of the causes of that are from like COVID, but then they're up 13% since 2019, like before COVID. But the primary cause is like now that like the cost of fuel is going up, and like businesses are like reopening, and like globally oil prices have gone up, and then just from COVID and stuff, there's like difficulty getting like fuel here, and also like the prices of certain foods have gone up too. So
spend more money on gas, more money on food too, so that like when it's like the types of food that they can buy.
You're headed in the right direction. Do any of you guys have to pay your own gas and electric bill?
Well, I'm at school.
No. I mean, wherever you're living.
Oh,
I don't know if you guys live off campus.
yeah.
It's projected that this winter, that any gas heating is going to increase by 40%.
Nice.
Right? So in that same vein, your choices then for a lot of folks that don't have that kind of money.
It's like warm or.
Right, it's either you're gonna be warm or hungry, somewhere in between, because even if you cut down your electric or your gas usage, I mean, gas right now the projection is a 2.9% increase, or not gas, electric is 2.9%, gas is at 40%, right?
Yeah, they said that it would expect it to go up like 10 to 20 cents more by August.
Okay, then you add that on top of it. So if you have gas, like I do, because I have hot water baseboard heat, but it uses gas to heat the water, that might be a time where I'll use either space heaters, and I was looking at buying one of those little fireplace things anyway, because the electric prices are gonna be less than gas. And I saw, and I've had things repaired in the house so that it's more airtight anyway, and I've got some insulation work that's being done before winter hits, because the family of 5 that had rented my house before I bought it had a $535 gas bill from last February. And I was like, that's a little high. But then again, I don't know what they ran the temperature at, and who knows. But, okay, so we are going to start chapter 7. We will not be doing the supplemental, which is in there, 7A. And then we'll move into chapter 8 at some point next week. Okay, because we're gonna finish this one up before we do that. Who am I missing? Wake, Hannah's online, and Brett. Okay. He forgot to tell me, send me an email, but that's right. I remember this. Okay, that's fine. Mr. Kless is not here. How many of you are graduating in 2022? Good. How many in 2023? Okay. Any of you that are graduating in 2023 that may be interested in applying for a Fulbright scholarship, are you guys familiar at all?
A what?
A Fulbright scholarship. Those scholarships are for when it allow you to travel to a foreign country, right? Basically pays for the whole thing. To either complete a research project where you write a full proposal, or you become an English teaching assistant. And I know that seems kind of odd, but one of the things, I sit on the committee, so that's why I'm telling you guys this. And we really never introduce this, and I was thinking when we were reviewing applications a few weeks ago, I'm like, any one of our students could absolutely apply for this. And what they're finding is in the English teaching assistant, they're starting to hire more folks from the STEM fields, primarily so that you can teach people who would like to come here anyway for grad school, teach them more of the technical language that they might use, right? That they wouldn't get from a basic English kind of a course. So if you guys think you might be interested, in the next, even if it's in the spring, shoot me an email about it, because then one of us will help you actually craft your proposal. The English teaching assistant application form is much easier to do because you don't actually have to craft a full proposal. But if you were looking to do research, particularly, post-COVID research, it's a great way to be out of the country for like 9 months to a year, which is usually what it'll cover. And if you're kind of thinking like, I might want to take a gap year before I go to med school or whatever, this is a great way to do it and get out of the country. So just an FYI, right? And if the others of you are like, I'm not really sure what I want to do when I graduate, and maybe you wouldn't mind having that time where you've got a full trip covered, it's also something to look at. Especially when I saw, we only had 3, and they were all from Jandoli. No, 1 was from Bio and 2 were from Jandoli. And the Bio one in particular, I found to be underwhelming for sure. And that's why I was thinking, I was like, jiminy, I would put any of our students up against this. you know, so just an FYI. All right. So are you glad it's Friday again already? Let me share this with Hannah. What else is going on in the world? Aside from Mary, who got credit for it.
They announced this morning that, people who are fully vaccinated will come into the United States.
From Canada.
Well, it said from,
Oh, from Europe.
yeah, it says from the UK. Yeah, it says the US will allow fully vaccinated foreign visitors beginning November 9th.
I have to go.
Oh, okay, all right.
Thank you.
Yes, so fully vaccinated foreigners can come to the country. What else happened this week? Go ahead, Melissa.
I think it was yesterday, they said something about the Moderna booster for, I think it's now going to like the.
It's if you're over 65 or you are considered at high risk, either based on the type of job that you do or your own underlying health condition. So I got it twice. Teaching and diabetes, and believe me, I told you already, I would walk over somebody's dead grandmother to get a shot. And no, as soon as they're available, it's at half dose. Yeah, go ahead, Olivia.
Didn't they say though that it was like only for emergency use?
Well, that's what our vaccines were beforehand.
Right, but
Yeah.
well, cause like my grandma already got, she got Moderna, and she already got her booster.
Right, she shouldn't have, but yeah,
Yeah.
technically, but a lot of people did that, yeah.
Technically she should.
Mhm.
My roommate in the nursing home, they actually, like, back when she got the vaccine, so she got it, the first dose in January, second in February, and then like at the end of, or beginning of March or something, they gave her another one by mistake.
Good, she's covered, right? It's not gonna kill her. But they're gonna be at a half dose, so there's another panel
Like,
today.
how do you do that by mistake?
In healthcare,
That's-
it's very
How did
easy.
they
This,
do it?
It happens to like a lot of people apparently in that nursing home.
well, that's also how people end up with too many drugs or too
Right.
few, and that's, you know, it's that simple thing like, you know, you guys think it's silly, I'm sure, of me to stick with things like capitalization, and it's a matter of checking your work, right? Because not checking your work is what leads to that kind of stuff.
Right.
You know, becoming overwhelmed and not thinking your way through it. That's why it's the difference between if I prep for your classes, let's say at home, I'm fine with that. I can go to bed and then I'm fine. If I grade, I have a hard time sleeping because my mind is turned on because I try to be as careful as I can when I'm grading your work, right? Because I don't want to get those emails like, oh, you missed this, you missed that, because there are a lot of students that wouldn't actually email, and I don't want to take points away from them and I don't want to give them too many points by making a mistake either, right? Especially if they don't have enough. Yes, so Moderna, today FDA is discussing, rather than doing a booster of J&J, they're going to look at a booster of either Moderna or Pfizer for folks that have had J&J. Because the mRNA overall, it's just a more successful and effective dose. And there's data out of Israel right now that shows that there was a stronger response from folks that originally got J&J if they followed up with one of the mRNAs than if they got a second booster of J&J, which was interesting. So, all right, we're going to talk about, wait a minute, this right? Should be, hold on, am I in the wrong chapter? Let me look. Which, oh no, we're in the right one. Whew. I thought it was in chapter 8 already. We're going to talk about vitamins and minerals, all this exciting stuff. How many of you guys take a multivitamin every day? Good on you, right? And you will see why when we go through this stuff along the way. There are a variety of things that you can take as supplements. Vitamins and minerals, obviously, right? Herbs are great supplements in a lot of cases. Enzymes you can, aminos you can. You can get aminos pretty easily in a bottle now, right? In powder form. You really want to stay in the range of daily values because when you get into megadosing, right? Like you, or if your patients do, let's put it that way. I'm not even worried about you guys. Some are safe enough if you get them in larger doses. Some, on the other hand, will prevent you from absorbing the very thing you need, right? So you may have patients, and I am one of those patients, who I go through my blood work with like a fine tooth comb. And then I see like, ooh, my calcium level's low, and I'll supplement with it, right? And you'll see it's in this presentation as well. When your magnesium levels get low. For example, I took magnesium for a while after I had sepsis, because the combination of being so chronically sick and the effect of the IV antibiotics that I had to get every day, I had to get an infusion for like 3 weeks every day, was depleting my mineral or my magnesium stores. So I had to actually supplement it to just try and keep my magnesium levels at an even keel, right? So you might need some moderate supplementation for a variety of conditions. One of which is obviously if you've been really ill, right? Women that have heavy menstrual losses, whether it's natural or whether this is the result of some secondary condition, right? Because you're going to still be losing all that blood. And you're going to be curing out all these nutrients with it. Women who become pregnant, I think that's quite obvious because you're feeding too well, right? I'm going the wrong direction. Yes, yes, yes. Infants, for sure. Vegetarians, right? We talked about that already. They're going to be, and you guys had that as one of your test questions about what things like a vegetarian diet, why that would differ. Older adults, because more often than not, why would you think older adults would need supplementation?
Well, for one, like they don't really, well, I know that before my grandma was in the nursing home anyway, like she wouldn't really eat as much as she used to, and like certain foods she couldn't eat or didn't have access to because like of living alone, like so a lot of them need to take supplements so that they do get like at least the bare minimum nutrients each day.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. Another reason you might see older folks, they take a lot of medications, which can also impair absorption, right? Depending on the medication itself. And one of the things that happens with older adults that you will find, especially those of you that will be working hands-on with patients or have them in community groups, is older people tend to, when things change in their body, make assumptions that it has something to do with aging. It's a pretty normal thing for people to think. And they sort of try to adapt to that. Who that doesn't have glasses on right now actually wears contacts or glasses? Okay. Do you guys find, did you, before you got glasses or contacts, or when you need a new prescription, do you find that you try to adapt for a while before you finally go in for an appointment to get your prescription changed?
I don't notice the difference. I can tell I need a prescription when I start getting migraines and headaches.
Okay.
That's how I know, like, I don't.
So that, for you, that works, right?
Yeah, I don't try to like push through it.
I guess what I'm saying is, do you guys start almost making excuses when you feel like your vision's starting to become a bit more impaired? Like, God, I must be really tired today, or you know what I'm saying? Or maybe it's because of my allergies, or maybe it's this, or maybe it's that. I do that too, right? Like right now, I know that it's about time for another eye exam because as a diabetic, I have to get one every year, right? Because it can certainly impair your vision. And there may be nothing to it. It may be a combination of things, but that's what happens with older adults, is they're not fully recognizing the drastic change in their bodies. So oftentimes it's not a bad idea to talk to your, not just your patients, but your own family. When they seem to complain about something, a little too often, there may be something behind it, right? If you're doing supplementation, you don't want to do more than 100% of your daily value because you're probably already receiving some of this in your diet, right? To a certain amount. So even if you're only hitting about 50%, you do 100% supplementation, you're at 150, which is relatively safe. But you start getting to 200 and 300%, that's sort of a problem. Unless you have a regular deficiency, and you'll see in here, because we're going to talk about sodium too, or that might be chapter 8. I'm trying to think, because I went through your chapter 8 as well for next week. That, like in the case of sodium, I run chronically low sodium levels, so I supplement it, and I have to be very careful about what I do with it. And I'll tell you the truth, I base my levels not only on how I feel, but on urine color. right? Because I know where it should be. But it drives up my blood pressure, my systolic blood pressure, because I'm supplementing, so I know that too. Right? So it's that fine balancing act when we work with a patient is to get to know them, right? Because this, what always happens to me, and you will have patients like this, is you are going to make assumptions about the way they come into your office, that they look perfectly healthy until you read their blood work, right? Then that's when you gotta start talking about these things. And you gotta see the blood work in total. It can't be, if you have a diabetic patient, let's say, and you believe me, you will have lots of diabetics you'll work with. I don't care what you do. And you're worried about their A1C and maybe their cholesterol a little bit, especially if you have an older patient who otherwise seems healthy, but then you're ignoring, do they have electrolyte loss? Right? Do they have unnecessary bleeding as a byproduct? Right? Are their iron levels too low? Do they have declining RBCs? That's the kind of thing you want to watch at. Okay. Okay. Megadoses. And obviously, in conventional medicine, you can't have drug interactions. Like things that normally might not interact if you are taking a prescribed level are one thing. But if you take too much, then you might see that they would be contraindicated at those levels. Okay. For example, there are some, they're both prescription and over-the-counter supplements that you should not take if you eat grapefruit. They're contraindicated because that creates a reaction. So, do you guys have any of you had farm or let me think. You guys don't have a farm in health science. That's a pity. Great way to learn these things. Can lead you to malabsorption, which we just talked about, and have an overall drug-like effect if you take, certainly if you take too much based on the interaction that you're going to have anyway. Plus, a lot of it you're just going to excrete, right? It just kind of doesn't make sense. All right, let's see where we're at here. Act as a drug, we just covered this. I have this in here. Hold on, bear with me. Hold on, Hannah, let me pull this up. I do not remember why I put this in. Herbal therapy, let's see. Open the hyperlink, okay, copy that. I don't remember what I put in here. I have no idea why I put this in here last year, but there had to have been a reason. Sorry, thanks for humoring me. Like, why did I put this in here? Not a clue. All right. Okay. You can certainly have, most herbs really do have some sort of a medicinal property to them, which is always interesting, because prior to what we consider conventional medicine today, there were enough herbs that were used to treat a lot of conditions, including flu, infection, burns, things like that. You still see some of that same homeopathic approach in different countries, or countries that are a wee bit more poverty-stricken, right, or have been become war-torn due to their own internal politics. Now, sometimes, however, if you're taking herbs, they can interfere with standard medicines. The one thing I would impress upon you, so when you guys go to a doctor, do you actually give them a full list of everything you say?
No.
Yes, good.
And you say no.
Well, like, I don't say like what vitamins they take if they don't have. They usually just ask for like medications. I'm not gonna say like, oh, I take.
You should include any over-the-counter medications at all.
So, like, even if you take like something occasionally for like a headache or something.
Depends on, well, no, if you're taking something PRN, you wouldn't unless it became a regular occurrence, right? Like if you found that once a day you were taking 2 extra strength Tylenol before you go to bed. Right? Because I tell them that every time I go in. I take 2 in the morning and I take 2 before I go to bed because having artificial hips after a day on my feet hurt. And so it kind of helps me just cut that enough to where I can sleep and get through a day of being on my feet. Now,
Well, that's a thin line if you take the melatonin and go to sleep.
take what?
Melatonin coming to go to sleep.
Then you absolutely should tell them, right? Because you want to make sure if there's going to be anything that would interact with the medication they prescribe for you, they know it ahead of time. Because what they'll do is they'll take it. They'll probably tell you to not take whatever your supplement is, right? While you're taking that medication, and they'll tell you why. And say, I'm afraid you're just gonna have to deal with it until you're better because X, Y, and Z can happen, right? Patients often don't do that. Older patients may do the opposite. They may come in with a whole bag of meds and go, here, right? With labels on them, which is the specialist that I'm seeing, they literally said, bring all your medications with you. And I had already filled everything out and dropped it off early. And I said, you don't seriously want me to bring these pills with you? And she's like, no, if you wrote it all out and you've got all the dosages and time of day. I said, yes. So, fine. But that's why they want to know those sorts of things. What can interfere with? What do I have on here? Okay. Oh, this is wonderful. Potential harmful side effects from certain herbs, right? Chamomile, you can have an allergic reaction. Echinacea, same thing. Ephedra, stroke, heart attack. Ginkgo biloba, headache, gastrointestinal upset, diarrhea, bleeding. Ginseng, diarrhea. Kava, liver damage, including hepatitis and liver failure. This is if you're going to overdose on these things. It's not necessarily if you take them. It's if you are megadosing, right? Licorice, fluid retention, increased blood pressure, electrolyte imbalance, which can lead you to weakness, paralysis, and occasional brain damage, and that's all from your electrolyte. Senna, I do not know what that is, but what is it?
They like, you know, like traditional medicinal teas, like the teas. It's like or like those flat tummy teas.
Oh, okay,
That's
okay.
what it is.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, here's a reason. Diarrhea,
Yeah.
but again, you want to look at electrolyte disturbances, right? St. John's wort, sensitivity to light. Well, that would be helpful. And sexual dysfunction, there you go. Valerian, drowsiness, right? So if you're using valerian root, you didn't get behind the wheel of a vehicle, you could absolutely end up in an accident, right? If you guys, are you familiar with hemlock root? Hemlock root would actually kill you. Okay. Now you can use it as a sedative in small amounts, which is the whole point of how it ever got used. And if you go to a larger amount, you can actually absolutely kill a patient. This is back from like homeopathy, right? All right. Part of the problem with a lot of natural health products is there is no regulation of it, right? You can claim that it does it, like the other FDA stuff we were talking about, you can claim it does whatever you want it to do, right? Have any of you ever, you don't have to answer, we'll make this rhetorical, bought something that was an herbal something and but at the same time it seemed like probably it isn't, maybe it's like dried grass or oregano or.
If you're not looking for an answer.
Well, no, well, I mean, I wasn't really talking about weed, but you know.
But you were.
It's never happened.
Okay.
What did you say?
So that's never happened to me before.
I'm actually talking about herbal stores, but we can talk about weed too. It's herbal, right, and legal, right? It's legal and herbal. Well, you know what? Listen, it would not have surprised me before it was legal to find, if you were trying to purchase something for yourself, you know, that's
somebody else.
from somebody you don't know, that you might have ended up with something like that. But a lot of the herbal stuff, like you see in a gas station, that very well could be like oregano, grass. It could be whatever it wants to be. When you guys buy, I'll give you an example that's probably even closer to him. So when you buy pepper, right? Do you guys ever buy like off-brand pepper or the store brand?
Sure. I think so. I just get the one that's like in the grinder.
Yeah, so you're using peppercorn, so you're a little safer.
Yeah.
Well, because you know I worked in a whole different industry before this, and one of the things that we always sold was McCormick spices, and one of the easiest things to ever do with them is take like white parchment paper, take whatever they were using, take what we had, just pour them both like out lightly, and then move through them, and you can see visible dirt and additives in like the store brands. Right, so that's why I'm saying, you know, there isn't good regulation of that either, right? There are certain allowables. There are certain allowables in food. You can have a certain percentage of rodents that actually end up in food and be in complete compliance. All right. We don't need that. We don't need this. Okay. Supplement labels. Here are some of the claims that are allowed. Health claims if it's approved by the FDA, right? And in these cases, they need to be either a structure function claim or nutrient content, right? For example, the research is that calcium does help reduce your risk of osteoporosis, okay? That is backed by the FDA. Folate and neural tube disorders, also something that's supported by the science and by the FDA, right? But it has to, if these claims are gonna be out there, in order to be approved by FDA for these health claims, doesn't mean they won't have an outrageous claim that has a disclaimer that says this has not been evaluated by the FDA, right? That's when you have to read. You will have people that come to you with miracle cures. I'm telling you, right? And then you might want to actually look at that. All right, so the disclaimer has to be on the label, as you see here. Maintain a healthy circulatory system. Maintain a healthy immune system. This could be something you put on a fiber supplement, right? Helps you relax, enhances libido for muscle enhancement. That sounds like quite an ad itself. For symptoms of PMS, hot flashes, morning symptoms, right? You can put them all there, but that does not mean that they have been approved. Especially if you see some things like this, helps you relax, enhances your libido for muscle enhancement, right? Or common symptoms of PMS. This is nothing more than to try and sell pills, right? You might see this kind of stuff at a gas station. Okay. Any nutrient content claims have to be consistent with the definitions for foods. Canada actually does have regulations for their natural health products. Why we don't, I don't know, right? I'm assuming largely because it would require some sort of an enforcement where you actually have to check all the products out, which would be an entirely new set of government employees that people like to rail against, but are there to protect you, right? Dietary supplements. If you are going to choose them, or you might recommend them to a patient, because you very well might, right? Most of, like the specialists I'm seeing, most of what I'm using is over the counter, except for one prescription product. But you need to know, is this quantity going to have an effect for you? Is it available? Would it interact with another prescription medication, which is why it's important to know this ahead of time? Does it overpromise? If it's too good to be true, it probably is not, right? Who's selling it? Is this at a gas station, or am I able to get this at, say, CVS? Right? And then does it have a US Pharmacopoeia verification? Okay. There are lots of fraudulent products that have deceptive labels. All right. For any functional foods, they need to be able to provide a health benefit beyond nutrition, right? They could have antioxidants in them, which would be fine. Things that you would find in fruits, vegetables, whole grains, legumes, and a bottle of wine, right? That's perfectly fine if they want to put that on there. Phytochemicals will make your food functional. That does not make them essential. So it's not the end of the world if you don't have them, right? those. They have been proven to be associated with a decreased risk of chronic diseases like cancer and cardiovascular disease. But when you look back here, it basically says they make your food functional, right? When you see something like that, it means at this point, your body's more easily able to digest and absorb it, is literally what that means from functional, which is most likely why you see these reductions. I'll bet that this was some sort of an experiment where they were like, had a control group, and then they had their experimental group who probably had foods that were higher in phytochemicals to determine what the difference was here when it came to disease. All right, they can neutralize free radicals. Easiest way to introduce more of them to your diet, fruit, vegetables, or to make most of your whole grains, or most of your grains whole, right? That's why wine was included in there from its own fruit juice from the product of fermentation. How many of you guys eat whole grains? Or at least try to? Okay. It's harder than it sounds to try and make half of your grains whole, right? It's a matter of finding it. It's a matter sometimes of affording it. Sometimes it's ridiculous. And sometimes it can be surprising. And sometimes it doesn't taste very good, right? And I like whole grain products, but some of them are oof. I just bought the only things they had left, because I'm not supposed to have, as much as I love cookies and like candy and stuff, I'm not supposed to really eat it. So I'll take crackers and a little peanut butter and a little drizzle of honey, right? They were out of all the regular, when I went in, swung into the Walmart to pick up a couple of things. So I got the absolute whole grain crackers, not just wheat, but whole grain. They were really good. It was kind of surprising. They were like a nice accompaniment to like the peanut butter and honey. But it's not always that easy to substitute because they're generally more expensive. And when you work with patients that are living on limited income, that runs you into a problem, right? All right. They make food more functional. Okay. Move past this. All right. Again, any claims, even for functional foods, have to be approved by the FDA. Those claims themselves, right? Otherwise, if they put a claim on there, they absolutely should tell you that this has not been approved by FDA or hasn't been forwarded for consideration. You may see that a lot too, basically meaning, hey, it still does this, we just never bothered to forward it to FDA. How many people do you think actually read those things? And I don't mean like a literal number, but probably very few, right? Unless you're reading it and you're like, oh, come on, right? They way over promise. Well, you will have patients who will believe everything that they read. So it's important to, if you see a disclaimer, or check it out ahead of time. If you're PA, you may see, it depends on how often you see your patient. If you're PT/OT and you're working with somebody in particular, you're going to see them on a more regular basis. So you might ask them to check their label and see if it actually says that it's been approved by the FDA. For their spurious claim. But if you're going to do that, and I think it's a good idea to do it, you need to have a secondary recommendation for them, right? So take a second and go, this is what they're looking for. What can I find that's a natural product? Is to be a resource. If you decide you want to build your own business, your own practice, right? That's when that kind of behavior is going to help you in the end, when you decide you want to be independent. Same thing applies if you're PA. If you want to run your own office and you want to have people come to you, because you're going to run into sort of that hierarchical discrimination because you're not technically a doctor, right? And so you'll still have people that don't distinguish what your role is, and the same that happens to like a nurse practitioner. This helps that you personalize their care, right? To get them to return to you and at a certain point, open your own practice. Like, I'm ready to roll. Especially if you're in a smaller town, it's much easier to open a practice. All right. Structural claims again. They're based on nutritive value, right? That's gonna be whatever's in the product, which are gonna be claims that are supported by science, but they aren't as stringently regulated. So again, you're gonna see a lot of that misleading information at often times. All right. So again, stick with the science, right? You want to see if something is fortified, right? Read scientific articles, and if it sounds too good, it probably is, right? You guys remember the fortified and enriched foods that were in one of our other chapters? What is a fortified food? You have laptops open, use them.
Something that's added that wasn't in the food.
Laura? Andrew? Food what? With added nutrients, okay. What is an enriched food?
When you put back in, it was taken out.
Correct. When you put back in any of those vitamins or nutrients that were lost in the process of producing it, right? So in this case, you want fortified foods. You're gonna have things that are added. Milk has vitamin D added to it, which is fortified, right? You see a lot of fortified cereals. What, like a fortified hot cereal in particular, you know what it's fortified with? Iron, right? Why do you need iron? Uh-huh. For your hemoglobin. I think that's the next chapter too. We actually go through that. Complementary and alternative medicines. This is where you're going to find a little more holistic use of medicine, right? You may also find that some of the practices include yoga, meditation, things like that, right? To become more holistic, acupuncture would also be included in here, right? Complementary are the ones that you would use with traditional medicine. Alternative are something you would use in place of it. What you'll usually see is CAM. You'll see this abbreviation a lot, which is complementary and alternative, but it may be just one or the other. Depends on what you've got a patient using, right? Let's say you have a patient with migraines and yes, you are medicating them. It's perfectly okay then for them to try acupuncture. Perfectly okay for you to even suggest it. Like, if this doesn't work for you, you might want to try this in conjunction, right? You guys, any of you go to chiropractors? Okay, me too.
Actually, like I get acupuncture.
You get acupuncture as well?
For my migraines, because like I tried all the medications and then I tried, like they do medicinal Botox, and it was terrible and it didn't work for me, so.
So for you, that was an alternative,
Yes,
right? And it
But
seems to work.
well, it like works to a certain extent, like I have less headaches for like 3 weeks when I get acupuncture, but then after 3 weeks, like it's like nothing.
Okay. So do your chiropractors also have somebody that like does massage? At least on occasion, they have somebody in to do massage sessions.
That's not, well, like he does that with acupuncture, like after I get acupuncture.
Yeah, because I'm used to chiropractors who generally have someone that comes in once a week and they'll work out of another room and work on massage.
And I use like acupuncture seedlings
Mhm.
too, so like I can put them on my feet and like put like electronic stimulation.
Okay. Nutrition in complementary and alternative medicine. Vegetarian diets, right? Typically, those are more complementary than anything else. Macrobiotic diets. Food restrictions, if it's based on science. Holy Ben Simone's. Hold on, yeah. We might actually pick this up. Hold on, can I put that in there? Let's see if this, I gotta look at this again first. Continue, we just covered this. Oh, I'm looking at the same one. Hold on. All right, okay. So any of the vitamins that you're gonna receive, you typically need in smaller amounts, right? They're not necessary for an energy source, but they are necessary for a lot of your body's function. Hang on, Hannah. All right. All right. So you guys know the difference between fat soluble and water soluble at this point, right? Obviously, one needs fat, and one needs, water. The fat solubles are A, D, E, and K, right? One of the reasons that you see vitamin D added to milk, because most milk has what in it? Fat, right? So it makes it easier for these vitamins to be used in the body, right? And maintain themselves inside a fatty, aqueous product, okay? The fat solubles are less vulnerable to cooking losses. The water soluble, on the other hand, B and C, you can lose those during cooking, right? So that's when you hear a lot of times that it's always better to steam your vegetables than really cook them, because you cook the nutrients out. That's kind of what this is talking about, right? Those are going to be a lot of the more water soluble stuff. So as you add, depending on the heat source itself, but boiling will for sure do it, and so will stir fry. But if you steam them, you will have less loss, right? Where they're not literally cooked too close to the heat itself. All right, vitamins are going to be dependent on, in their quantities, where they come from, if they get enough sunlight, moisture, growing conditions. So consider that like when you see a garden and we had a really terrible farming year, right? The product that may have been produced during that year may absolutely not have the same amount of vitamins as product at a peak year, right? That's one of the reasons that, if any of you guys are familiar with farming, where you sort of will rest a field and move to a different field, right? Is so that you have healthier product, first of all, and secondarily, you have all this benefit from the vitamins. But we just talked about enrichment and fortification. Some is required by law, right? Iron is one of those, and that's where you ended up with fortified cereals, right? Provitamins are inactive. Your body needs to change them into an active form. Beta carotene is one of those, right? Carotenes generally are what colors? Orange, red, right? You're going to find that. Now, for the vitamin A that's activated from the beta carotenes in your body, their active forms become retinol, and retinoic acid, right? They're precursors to the carotenoids. Anybody use retinol on your face? Right? And you'd use it with, you guys get it with vitamin C too?
I use like a separate serum.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I usually get them. I usually use it with vitamin C and hyaluronic acid. All right. Obviously, you do know that like eating carrots allow you to see well. That's because of the vitamin A, right? Once you got a proper amount of vitamin A, it affects your vision. And sometimes you may supplement. Like I loathe carrots. Unless they're in a soup, fully cooked, or like a carrot cake. Other than that, I will not eat them. And I have a ton of them from Catskill Farms that I need to give to Watson. Because they're all kinds of different colors. They're purple, they're orange, they're yellow. They'll help fight infections, right? And are responsible for, partially responsible for some of your cell development and health, as well as maintaining those cells. Get through this. This affects both your night and your day vision. So often you can have an issue that maybe when you think it's time to get your eyeglasses checked, it could be you aren't getting enough vitamin A. You should out of foods, because a lot of foods are fortified with vitamin A. All right. Vitamin A is necessary for your skin. You need it to replace your epithelial cells, right, as you shed them on a daily basis. It helps produce immune cells, keeps your reproductive areas healthy, helps produce some of your bone cells, and is required for bone remodeling, right? We'll talk about calcium in here soon too. Most of your sources of vitamin A will come from animal foods and plant foods, but often in this country, you will see them in fortified foods. So you will see that it actually tells you it's fortified, right? Or it's an added to the product. All right, some of the ones where you should have an easy time getting vitamin A. Sweet potato, right? We're coming up into this time of the year when sweet potatoes are popular. Pumpkin, same deal, right? Spinach, of course, carrots, broccoli, instant plain oats, if you happen to eat that, if you eat oatmeal. Not kind of my thing. And again, beef liver, right? When I was telling you about how old people would eat liver and onions, and this is part of it. Was a great way to get all the vitamins and nutrients that you needed, was through one of those meals, right? Vitamin A deficiencies are rare in the democratized world, right? But it is the leading cause of child blindness, because if you're deficient, it affects your vision, leads you to blindness. Okay, all right, fine. It's 12:20. We'll finish this thing up Monday, and then we'll go into chapter 8. Bye, Anna.